back everyone, welcome back to the SEL, the StarCraft Evolution League Season 3 Ladder Invitational Playoffs. Day number 2. I'm Gorgeous VIP, with you and joined by these amazing players and by the ByuN chat as well. Welcome one and all. Whew. We are here, we have returned with some StarCraft Evolution. For those that are unaware, StarCraft Evolution is a mod that does pit together Brood War versus SC2 in a 1v1 format. And of course, we just wrapped up with the quarterfinals yesterday. We were live at 24 hours ago with said quarterfinals. Now we are here with the semis, bronze match, and grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. We have our matches, we have our series. When it comes to tonight's tournaments, or when it comes to tonight's events, and when it comes to tonight's brackets, we will be having Classic versus ByuN in the best of 5 initially in the PVT, followed by Solar versus Cure, also in a ZBT as well. So there's going to be our 2 matches, then we'll have a break, and then we'll be jumping into the bronze match, then into the grand finals itself. All the matches tonight will be best of 5s, except the grand finals will be a best of 7. A lot of games, a lot of matches. Let's go. There is going to be a lot to get into, as game 1 is going to be on Ruby Rock. So again, jumping back into that SCEvo. Again, this will be our last SCEvo tournament to cover for a bit. I believe CranKy is still planning on hosting some Epic series in the coming weeks, so we'll be able to jump into that. But otherwise, we'll be able to embrace said off-season coming into BlizzCon. Let's go. But here we go. This morning, in the bottom right-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the red Terran player. We have the Brood War Terran. Representing Shopify, it is ByuN. The banter might be the banter. And this morning, in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. We have the SC2 Protoss. Representing Protoss Pro, it is a classic. I'll whip out the Google Translate. I know. I gotta be fast. So for those that are curious as to what's being said here, ByuN, he said, "Oh my god, look at all the workers. It's so good." I think Classic was laughing. Classic, it looks like he's gonna use the cheap build again. He's gonna go 3 racks. True. That's all that ByuN does in StarCraft Evolution. So he's calling him out. And then ByuN's like, "Oh my god, that kind of build? Who would do such a thing?" ByuN's like, "The meta has changed." And Classic's like, "If you played Brood War, you probably wouldn't." Yeah. So there's some banter. As ByuN is going through Rex, by the way. So Classic calling him out, ByuN is doing it. As there are first and second racks. I mean, my assumption is we're going to be getting a 3rd racks as well. Yep, there it is. There's that 3 racks. 3 racks, same timing here out of ByuN. Again, it is kind of like the go-to. The go-to in TVP. I mean, I say the go-to. We see this, or otherwise we see mech. Bearing in mind that the follow-up of the 3 racks can also be a little bit more diverse as well. We can go 3 racks into bio tank. We can go 3 racks into mech as well, into a variation of mech. We'll see. We'll see where this leads, as again, Classic is aware of what's going on, and we'll be getting ready back at home. We'll be getting ready. As the Academy is now on the way, working towards Stim. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Classic. Going Council does mean that he won't just be able to defend, but also counterattack as well. I'm assuming it's going to be Blink, and not Charge. Charge is going to be a little bit more dedicated, but regardless, Classic is getting ready. We do see the Stalkers are moving out as well. Ideally, Classic does want to engage ahead of time as well when it comes to the army, to slow it down, to maybe force an early Stim, and to at least get eyes on the timing of the move out. True. Now the Stalker does back in. Poke in, we will reinforce. Behind this, you have 2 more gates being thrown down, so it is going to be currently at least 3 gate blink. So 3 gate blink Stalker here out of Classic. So he does reinforce. Yeah, Sim is still a little bit of a ways away. ByuN is setting up for that push though. Does back out. Ooh, we'll lose one Marine. Yeah, one Marine does get picked up. As ByuN's making his way across. Back there, we have a shield battery. We have a sentry as well. Safety sentry. We can Guardian Shield. And with these extra warp ins, Classic should be fine. Should be fine. So we'll also have that NG overcharge. And we have confirmation. I was curious if it was going to be commitment into bio or mech. It's going to be mech. So 2 more factories on the way, so we're going for that mech transition. I believe ByuN typically still gets +1 with this. And then switches into his mech style. As ByuN pokes in, checks a third, and then pulls away. So very mature decision here by ByuN. He knows that he's been scouted. He knows that he would be shut down, so he doesn't waste his army pushing into the natural base. Just waiting on the high grounds. Classic. He will bypass the main army. Uh-oh. Scan reveals the army is not here. ByuN. I mean, it could be at the 3rd location. And we can see that Classic does snake around the army. Diving into the main. Yeah, it does go for the dive. Oh. Into the main base, going for the add-ons, going for the production. The boys are being pulled. Delays the 3rd TC. And ByuN commits. ByuN commits off the ramp. He's got to go. Oh, diving on the Marines as well. Very nice blink out of Classic. At the same time, the force field, it buys time. Very nice force field. Classic all over this. Does go for the 2nd force field as the pylon does go down. There's that recall back home. And this was good damage. Classic, he delays the 3rd base. He kills 7 SCVs, picks up some Marines, and he should defend. We'll lose 1 Stalker and 1 Sentry. Oh, a couple of her is going to be going down. Alas, he was a little bit too late here to defend. He recalled into the main, not into the natural. So we're getting messy. Getting very messy here. Classic is working towards charge. Once again, trying to break out. In the end, we did have 9 pros go down for 7 SCVs. Of course, ByuN did lose an excess of Marines and medics as well. It was still a better trade for Classic, but it was still back and forth. There's that mech transition, ion thrusters, spider mines on the way. And we are getting there. Meanwhile, late repair. Yeah, bunker goes down with diving on the tanks. He gets 1. He gets 1. He gets 2. He's just going to go all the way. Yeah, we're committing here. All 3 tanks will go down. Cleans up the Marines. And GG gets called. GG gets called. ByuN has been broken. And Classic will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG will play. Classic will take lead in the series. Again, a very intense game here. ByuN, he unfortunately missed the move out. He missed the army snaking around the map. ByuN, he was he just missed it. He just missed it. He was across the map. He was unprepared. He was unawares. And then bam, we caused a lot of chaos, a lot of havoc. Due to the early push, due to the early aggression, it did leave ByuN with a very few amount of Marines, very little amounts of support for the tanks, so that also made an opening for Classic to dive in the way that he did at the very end, to kill the bunker, to go for the tanks as well. As ByuN had bled out 16 plus Marines, he didn't have that support to protect those tanks, to make sure that he could stabilize on 2 bases. GG. GG well played. With that, Classic is leading the series, and we're going to be loading the game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Loading into that 2nd game. We're going to be loading into Keras Passage. I'm just, so it's cold in the mornings, Pappy. It's cold. Here we go. We are loading in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Keras Passage, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the SCEvo turn. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is a classic. Here we go. The turns have been tabled. Classic force to play a Brood War Protoss instead. Force to embrace it, and we'll see what he does embrace here. For a very long time, going for Reaver drops was the go-to, was the standard. But in more recent months and more recent times in StarCraft Evolution, we've been seeing a bit of a shift in the meta in regards to, especially because of the buff to the scouts, in regards to Stargate openers into scout production, in regards to a heavier Citadel play into +1, into early charge, into early zealots. We'll keep an eye on Classic to see if he does go back into basics or if he does bring something different to the table. As oh, ByuN, is he he's saying, should I 2-Rax Reaper or 3-Rax Reaper? I don't know if that's what he's saying. Hold on, I'll whip out the translation. This does look very similar to the text that we saw previously, by the axes. Oh, no, sorry. So the man with 2 losses in one day, or the man with 3 losses in one day. I think this is in reference to the amount of times that they played. Have they faced off? I mean, I can't quite recall what this event lined up with, but it's not uncommon for these guys to play multiple times in a day. I mean, hey, that happens last week with Tuna Cup, where sorry, the week before that, where we had ByuN versus Classic, where they had to play in the Inu battles, and then they played in the Tuna Cup as well. So yeah, I think that's what ByuN is in reference to. They've been having a harder time against Classic. For now it is going to be the Robo Open Out of Classic, so as we had assumed, it is going to be the Reaver drop. So we're setting up for the Reaver drop from the side of the Protoss. Meanwhile, we do see ByuN going for the safety bunker on the low ground. Let's go for the safety bunker. Single gas opener, racks expand into factory follow-up. Nothing crazy yet. Not yet. There's the Robo, there's the Bay. And working towards that Reaver drop. We're getting there. ByuN being very greedy, going for a 3rd CC. That's a 3rd CC before Starport. Hyper greed out of ByuN. He's cutting corners. Welcome to Karis Passage. Again, on this map, there are plenty of gold bases. There are plenty of gold expansions here. You can be greedy. You can try to cut some corners. At the same time, we'll see what ByuN can achieve across the map. The Russians by ground is also very narrow choke points here. You can knock down all these towers. You can try to force a longer game. We'll see if we can. We'll see how the early to mid game pans out here, as again, the shuttles, the Reavers, they're coming. There's the first Reaver. Likewise, there is shuttle speed. We have the observatory follow-up. Again, the defensive Cyclone has a little potential to shut down the Prism. The shuttle, I should say. Has potential. So we're sitting back at home. Maybe sitting back. Here we go. Drop is coming. The one Reaver and the one Dragoon. As Classic does make his way in. Behind this, again, we're getting told by a follow-up. We have our extra axes on the way. E-Baser +1. This shuttle drop has potential, but the Cyclone, there we go. The Cyclone does reactors respond. We'll get a lock on. It locks onto the shuttle. Lock on is broken. Ooh, getting 3 SCEvo so far. Gets 3, and doesn't get the Cyclone. Oh my god, he gets another shot off. 2 more Marines. Goes for the SCVs. 8 SCVs going down. Oh, we'll lose everything though. We'll lose everything in the end. Does not focus on the Cyclone. Cyclone takes down the shuttle, takes down the Reaver. It does get 8 SCVs alongside 2 Marines. But was that really worth losing a Dragoon, a shuttle, and a Reaver? Oof. Yeah, again, some heavy gas losses there for a Classic. But he's trying to maintain some momentum. He's trying to move out across the map, and we'll see if we can find some more damage as there is a tank on the low ground. We'll see. Dragoons are moving out. Classic claiming his 3rd base. They're going for the double forge. Bearing in mind the Classic, he saw the faster OTC, so he did begin the 2 forges as a reaction. So he sees that ByuN wants to be greedy, wants to be economic, and Classic is going to try to catch up in some of that greed. Thankfully for Classic, there isn't really a counterattack here. Because of the fast command center, we have later upgrades, later stim, later combat shields. So even though Classic is vulnerable due to lack of splash damage, ByuN can't really punish him. Not like this. As the Reaper is called out. Reaper is caught. Gateway explosions on the way. Again, getting to mass zealot legs. Into Temple Archives, into Archons, into potentially Storm. Classic moving out with another drop. Hopefully this time we can be a little bit more attentive. Hopefully. As the drop is coming in. Jumps in. Up. Oof. 4 SCVs. Gets 4, gets 6, and we're just getting free damage. Oh my god. And we just keep popping on. We just shell away at the mineral line. At 9 SCVs going to be going down. The army completely out of position. That was shot. Oh, does get 1 more worker on a mass. And may get a shot off here on the Cyclone, but oh, it's going to be zoned away. It's going to be zoned away. It's going to be locked down. The shuttle does escape. But we'll lose the Reaper. Now, was the Reaver worth at 10 SCVs? I mean, not a bad trade. Not bad. It also delayed the push. ByuN was mid move out. Now, this is concerning if Classic has to defend without splash damage, but we're working on Storm, right? Storm has now begun. High Templar are now popping out as well. We have 4 Templar back at home. Another Reaver moving out for a drop. By the time the ByuN hits, I mean, Storm may factor in. Oh, the army running into each other. They're losing 1 Dragoon. 1 Dragoon goes down. So that mischance. That's Classic. He'd be going for his drop. Oh, trying to. Does tend to move in. Does find an angle of attack here. There we go. Gets another 3 SCVs. Has to pick up. Does pull away. Pulls back. Pulls away. Oh god. That's Classic. Catching out the bio. Trying to bait him in. He wants to. He wants the bait. Again, the Reaver Hats was initially a little bit shaky just because we were losing Reavers, but there was no punish. There was no punish. Storm is now done. Classic now has a robust army. And he can start to push. And start to move out. He does fan out though towards the right hand side. Interesting. Gotta be careful. Okay, he does pull back. Okay, he has a lot of High Templar. Catching at the army. Classic is moving out with everything he has. Now, trying to break this entrenched position here, there are 2 tanks in between the bases, mainly at the 3rd location. Ghosts have arrived there, EMPs, true. Speaking of EMPs, oh, they're coming in. Ooh, a bit of a panic storm. A bit of a panic storm. Meanwhile, the Reavers, they move in. Massive storm here on the medevacs. Jesus, all the medevacs go down. Yeah, zones away by the ghost ball as well. Massive storms. We storm everything. Oh my god. It all gets stormed, and we still keep going. There we go. I believe that was the final. There we go. That's the final storm. Massive storm with the Marauders. Reaver shots go off, and there's nothing left. There's nothing left. It all just melts. GG gets called, and Classic takes a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Classic, he will take a lead in the series, extend his lead, I should say. Again, Classic, he was able to have a lot of freedom this game, and ByuN, he didn't apply any pressure. He, at no point, moved out across the map. He had like a Reaper halfway across the map. His Marines and his drop play tried to move out as well. When he tried to move out, that's when the Reavers came in. ByuN was just stuck at home. He was stuck at home. He wasn't able to really apply any pressure to Classic. Classic, he was free to do whatever he pleased, to harass, to take up, to be greedy in his own way, and he got away with it. GG. GG, well played. If you recall, the main purpose of ByuN's build was to be greedy himself. Remember, he went for the faster TC for the better and stronger economy, but upon losing so many workers, he lost that potential economic lead, right? Like, it's something that he couldn't necessarily maintain, he couldn't hold on to. In the end, his build did suffer as a result. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting to the end of 3, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. I want to see a back and forth dynamic here, but the pressure is on ByuN. Can he fight back? Can he put a point on the board? Let's go. Let us go. As we're getting ready for that 3rd game. Match point. Yeah, loading into match points and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Vermeer, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss player himself. We have the South Green Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is a Classic, leading the series 2-0, and spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the Brood War Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Oh, we're spicing things up here with the proxy. Classic is set up in the center of the map, goes to the pylon. Meanwhile, ByuN will find this, maybe? Oh, he should. Yeah, the SV does spot the probe. Does spot the worker. And likewise, should be somewhat aware of what's going on. He did see the probe on patrol, which is very suspect. ByuN laughing as a response. Classic. With the tears, Bappy. No, did he not notice? Like, he saw the worker on patrol, but he might have just thought that was just a scout. He was going CC first. He is. He is going CC first. Going for a ninja expansion CC first against a proxy. Oh, boy. Well, then. The Rax is behind the natural as well. I'm sure the Classic is aware something is wrong. Something doesn't add up here. Like the fact that there's just nothing. There's nothing here. Results on the way. We are going for a 3x. Yep, 3x sim. And Classic, he is searching. Where is he? Hold on. Gotta wait by the Google Translate. So, like, where is your base? That's ByuN laughing at the very end. But I think, yeah, this is gonna get out of hand. Now the Marine is on the way. Marine is in production. Oh, with good enough control, the Zell should not get surrounded. Jeez, we'll disrupt all the mining. The first Marine has arrived. So far, so good. Behind this, we have the Stalker on the way. Now, without any Sim City here, I'll be honest, the Classic has a lot of potential. He has a lot of potential to get damage done. His supply blocked for a moment. But here comes that Stalker. So he can nibble away here at the army. Boys being pulled. And ByuN, he will zone away. Now, this is costing ByuN a lot of resources because he has to keep pulling the boys, but I believe ByuN should hold. Okay, should hold here. Yeah, surrounds the Zealot, takes both down. ByuN holds. Behind this, we do see Classic trying to building up his economy. I would say Classic, so I'm going to say ByuN. Oh, he gets found. Classic finds him. Let's go. And he's going to lock him in. Yeah, he's going to lock him in. So here's which one. No, we just got the pylon. Okay, never mind. Oh, right, true. In my brain, I thought of Classic as playing Brutal or Protoss. So I was like, is he gonna like throw down the gateway just to reinforce? It's like, no, he just warp in. True. They can just warp into the face of ByuN. Nibbles away at the SCVs. ByuN does have a hefty army. He will force defensive warp ins. Catching out a Stalker. Yeah, there's that Chrono. Did lose 2 Stalkers in total. That should not have happened. The Warpin. And ByuN has to defend top left and bottom left. Ah, no. Okay. That's another proxy. Another proxy gate. ByuN getting into U238 shells. Does pull the boys. We're going for the 1 base all in. What do we call this? What is this? 1.5 base all in? Maybe. Regardless, is all or nothing. Can ByuN surround this army? The SVs are coming in from behind. Bleak is done though. Oh, pushing up the ram. Yeah, let's try to push up the ram. Has to pull away. We have reinforcements. Bleeding out 2 Stalkers. Some heavy losses here for Classic. He has to pull away. Oh, second stim. Yeah, there's that next stim. Classic bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. This might just be too much. I mean, it's hard to say just because of the lack of economy here. Like, yeah. I was about to say, yeah, the boys, what are we really doing? We're getting messy, man. We're getting messy. Go home. Go home. Oh, no. Classic can always recall. And then, man, we're going back in. We're going back in. But I believe recall is available. Classic turning back around. Does make it back in time. Can try to flank the army. The Marines are getting caught. They're getting flanked. SCVs are meant to be here to buffer. Yeah, there's the overcharge. The boys are being pulled as well. And ByuN, he's running out of Marines. Yeah, he is running out. Plenty of reinforcements. Classic will lose a lot of workers here. He'll lose all the probes. That is true. But he should have plenty of Stalkers. Yeah, he kites back. He has control of the high grounds. Comes in from behind. ByuN, he will lose 27 SCVs. Bearing in mind that ByuN's also losing workers across the map top left. And ByuN is down to 9. Down to 9 SCVs back at home. As again, he will lose everything else. He's so overstimmed. No. Yeah, he's so overstimmed here. Just running out of steam, running out of army. Does pick up a couple of Stalkers towards the end, which is nice and all, but it doesn't matter. It's not enough. It's not enough. ByuN down to 1, down to 0. GG gets called. GG gets called, and Classic will take down ByuN 3-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. An interesting build here by ByuN, going for the ninja expansion. Again, in my opinion, it looked like even though ByuN saw the probe patrolling in the center of the map and they kind of reacted to each other, I don't think he realized that that was the setup for a proxy. It looked like maybe he just thought that the probe was on patrol waiting for the SCEvo so then he can scout, so that he can be scouted and figure out where ByuN was coming from. Unfortunately, didn't quite go far enough to confirm said proxy, so it got very chaotic. He had a very shaky defense, and because his opponent was being so aggressive with a proxy with extra warp pins, also meant that his ninja base was that much more vulnerable as well. And yeah, it did bleed out too much. He went for the all-in, did pull the boys, but it was also very awkward all-in as well. It took a long time to get across the map. It was just really unfortunate spawn locations for ByuN, right? Diagonal spawns, longer distance as well, so it takes longer to get across the map. It was messy. It was very messy, but GG all played with that. With that, Classic will advance on. ByuN will be knocked down to the bronze match. Here we go. So ByuN is knocked down, and with that we have our next semifinals ready here. It is going to be a best of 5 ZVT between Solar and Cure. Remember, Classic is in the grand finals, ByuN is in the bronze match. We're here to determine who faces off against who in the ladder invitational. Let's go. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Keras Passage. We go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Keras Passage, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the SC2 Zerg. It is Solar. The final Zerg player in the tournament. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, bienvenidos. Everyone in the chat. I see Avix in the chat as well. Evalier. Bienvenidos. As we get ready here for the other semis. So I'm just putting on my jacket. It's cold here, baby. It's cold. Also, Avix, could you shed some light potentially? I didn't look into it, so I'm not entirely certain as to what it is, but like there's like it's not a TLMC, but there's like a quarterly map contest, event that's going on? Question mark. I only briefly glanced over it. I'm not entirely certain as to what it was, but yeah, I don't know if you can shed some light exactly on what's going on. Unless maybe it's unrelated. It's a fun little thing from Irregular. Okay. Like, is it just like rating and ranking maps were made this year, or is it something else? Hello, baby, hello. Hello, Kanoe, hello. Bienvenidos. Good evening. I know it's quite late. I know it's quite late in Europe. Good evening. But of the idea of the years, there used to be mini contests like Map of the Month a long time ago. Okay. Interesting. So, is it just like rating and ranking already made maps, or is it also like a submission thing where you submit maps? I think that's what I wasn't entirely certain of, but I haven't looked into it exactly. Regardless, it is really cool. It is really cool that there's another map event. Oh, okay. So mini contest in that spirit, sort of like Iron Chef, if you've ever seen it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's going to be the Iron Map Maker. It's not all maps. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I think we hosted the podcast last night, and then we saw that afterwards. I think it was posted afterwards even. But yeah, cool to hear. Cool to hear. Definitely will look into it. For now, though, we're going to be settling into our game. We do have our 3x sync timing here out of Cure. This is the go-to. This is the standard. This is the meta, of course. We saw this plenty out of ByuN previously in the earlier matchup. We're seeing it here as well. Meanwhile, Solar, he went for his own standard opener into what? Into skipping link speed, and then bam, Lair and Roach Warren. Very heavy Roaches here on 2 bases. Scan into the main base confirms the early Lair timing. Again, this was like a 3-minute Lair, even earlier than that. So big scout here for Cure. We'll see how he reacts, whether he still moves out across the map, because Roaches are about to start spawning in. Yeah, here we go. Curie pushes. The Overlord does spot the move out. Roach production has now begun. A Solar supply blocked. Oh, big supply block for Solar. Uh-oh. He needs those Roaches. Curie's coming. Now, because the early Lair, this does mean that we can get into early Roach speed, and then we can go for a counterattack. Assuming that Solar has a strong defense against this, we can counterattack it, go across the map, and break the natural. But we'll see if Solar can pull this off. Behind this, we have U23HLs, eBay's on the way. Roaches are slowly amassing, and I believe Cure doesn't have enough. Yeah, Cure does not have enough. The Roaches have built up. Cure checking with the third. Does spot it. He wants it. The temptation doesn't quite get the expansion. Again, very tempting, but does not get it in the end. Opts to pull away, and Solar holds. And as you just mentioned, Solar doesn't just hold, but now he has a very early Roach speed timing. Very early. And we're expecting a big push. Back at home, we do see the factory now on the way. Now, this is something inherently weak about this build, is with your 3x sim timing, your factory is very late. It's very, very delayed. So the idea of having a tank defense, we're a ways off. We're a ways off here. Second factory is being thrown down. Machine shop is on the way. Overseer does confirm the timing of the production, does get eyes on the fact that the add-ons are still building. And Solar, he did mass up some Roaches, but oh, he drones. Now, my assumption here was that Solar would just go for an all-in, but no, Solar, he is droning up a little bit more. This is where, at this point, I have to be a little bit critical about the amount of Roaches that were made. That's a lot of Roaches, and if we don't push soon, then it was kind of a waste. There it is, 7 more Roaches. So we are still making more Roaches. It looks like Solar just wants to drone up to 2 base saturation and take the gases. So we did drone up a little bit here, but only for that gas saturation. And here we go. He's still squeezing out drones. Still does squeeze out a couple of workers. Solar he commits across the map. Tank has arrived. Siege mode is ready. And Solar, can he get on top of the tank? Yeah, no shot. Tank is sieged. Mass tank shot. And Solar, he's missed his window. He's missed his timing. And now he's droning. Now he's droning up. Again, Solar, he invested quite heavily into this Roach Ravager. And so far, it has not been worth it. Roaches, they move in. They move in. Nice miles. They bring down the first tank. Oh, just barely. But the rings they punish. There's just so much bio here. The Roaches, they go down one after the other. Ravagers as well. Remember, behind this, Solar has been droning. Solar, he has no reinforcements. He still has 6 drones on the way. And if Cure counterattacked here and now, he could break. He could break Solar 100%. As Solar, he's still droning, now making a safety infester. But Solar's been so greedy. He has half the army supply, and they're Roaches as well. But Cure doesn't know this, right? He doesn't know that Solar's cutting corners. He doesn't know that Solar was purely droning behind this. It was a big risk out of Solar, but he's getting away with it. Risk. Last quarterly map contest that just happened was 1v1 maps, but with 8 spawns. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy, but I kind of like the idea. Obviously, I can't imagine that we'll ever, you know, well, I don't want to say never, but the idea of, like, I don't know, like the FFA, like map pool being updated in some way or something like that. I would master that. I'm not opposed to the idea. Really, that's just more maps for the like FFA Beast of the Hills. They were fun. I don't know if you ever tuned into those, but the like A-player Beast of the Hill, like zombie spawn in the center of the map, like it's good times. Solo does Pyroblast main army. Does it by. Last reinforcements back at home. We can see the Cure is building a bit of bio tank into science vessels. Irradiator's on the way. And we'll see how passive Cure plans on being. I say passive because if you're watching him yesterday, and if you're watching Cure during the Crank Gathers event, you'll know that Cure, he was very willing to go into mass science vessel. Like, he was happy to just slow the game down, siege up, take his half of the map, and build up mass science vessel. I'll say though that thankfully he's being very proactive. He's being very proactive. We can see everything moving out. We've got how many tanks? We have 11 tanks. It is going to be awkward pushing through this choke point, but he does rotate to the top side, and it's going to be a tough hold for Solar. Instead of holding, he counterattacks. Goes for a massive link run by, at the same time does catch reinforcements. Marines getting caught out, getting into the tank as well. Distracting Cure. Oh, Zings, they do bust into the natural, into the third base as well. Getting a second tank. Yeah, 1, 2 tanks going down, and nicely done. Delaying, distracting Cure. And giving Solar time to build up his ultras. Ultra production has begun. Vipers are gathering energy. Ravagers they snipe one more tank. Ooh, massive fungal, but where's the follow-up? Chain fungal though. The chain fungals. Oh my god. Whew. A lot of Marines go down. Yeah, some heavy losses there for Cure. Do we have another fungal? Uh-oh. We have maybe soon to be one more. Soon to be one more fungal. There's only one investor. The ultras are lacking upgrades. No, yeah, they're lacking upgrades. They're gonna go down one after the other. Massive pickups. Those are the ultras. Nice fighting clouds. But we still have tanks. Oh. Yeah, there's still tanks. There's still the high ground. And Curie's breaking through. Curie's overwhelming. From here, he can push forward. Still needs a little bit more energy here for Irradiate. Oh. Does get the Ultra. Kind of sweating might be done, but he has 1-1. He's still lacking those carapace upgrades. Fungo doesn't quite land. One of the ultras does go down, so does the other. Cure's overwhelming. Now there's no fungal to worry about, so you can keep going. Keep going, Pappy. There are some blinding clouds. Yeah, lands one of the blinding clouds, but there's still more tanks to reinforce. It's going to be close here, but it looks like the ultras may be enough to defend. Yeah, they have +2 now. They have better upgrades. Cleans up the army, and Solar holds. This is ambitious. A little bit ambitious. Actually, I say ambitious, but this ultra, it does get low. But that was everything. We lost how many? We lost 9 tanks? 8. 8 tanks went down in that assault. Trying to rebuild that is going to take so long here. It's going to take far too long. Solar, he can now breathe. He can now counterattack. Gets across the map. SCEvo is going to be going down, getting 9 workers. Curie's just now getting his 4th. He's not ready for a longer game. Not like this. Got down in workers, down in army. Now Solar's starting to outscale him with Hypertech Ultras. Still is lacking +3 carapace. Would love to see that started soon. So some of the upgrades are still a little bit lacking. But he's got his Ultras. Solar commits in. Blind Cloud's only 1 tank. Nice defense matrix. Okay. Does buy a little bit of time. Does buy time. Banelings don't connect. Ultras, they will go down. This is no extension. Yeah, Solar here overextends. He has to get the hell out of here. There's way more Ultras. There's 2 Ultras left. Switching into Corruptor for the science vessels. Oh, looks like there was a bit of a pause. Looks like some latency issues. Now, as the game is slowing down here, what's important is that these gold bases are soon to kick in. There's 2 gold bases available here for Solar. He's claiming both gold expansions. This will help him recover. That is the crazy thing about this map, Karis Passage. 2 gold bases right next to each other. That's crazy. Hi, hi. I just helped to make a pig variant of the zombie mod. A pig variant? What does that mean? Oh no. Oh no. It spawns pigs. Why? Why is the question? Ah no. Okay, sure. Sure it was. Yeah. It was group seating. I was about to say that whether or not that was related to the seating. That's maybe the best thing about Pigsty Festival, as the ultras do dive in. We mass radiate everything though. Oh my god. Yeah, massive radiations. There is a power bomb counter. Catching out one of the vessels, but Cure holds. And Cure he holds, he defends. Soul just ramming his face into a brick wall at the same time, dropping to the main base. Sorry, Nidus into the main. We'll get a Rax. Yeah, we'll take down a Rax, not much more than that. Cure holds. Cure holds, he defends well. But that's maybe like the best thing about the Pigsty Festival is the unique way that he handled the qualifier. As I'm sure you know, it's the qualifiers to determine seeding in the group stage. They play an FFA. So cool to hear that he used. It sounds like he used the zombie map for that. It's a unique approach to seeding to make content back. To make content. Now slowly moves into the right side. Once again, does get irradiated. The siege line is very solid here, though. Oh my god, the arc of tanks. Yeah, massive wall of tanks. It's safe further back. And we're playing a game here where it's just Cure purely defending. It's just Cure defending, trying to turtle up, trying to hold on. So far, defending well. Solar trying to break him. That's a kill, not a cancel. Forcing friendly fire. Meanwhile, the Greater Spire is on the way, so Solo working towards Broodlords. The Broodlords, they be coming. Now, usually I would favor Cure in this kind of position, but based on these positions here, I mean, it's pretty open. Like, there are some very open angles of attack, and Solo, he has been able to have some better trades as a result. I say that Cure's doing a great job at choking this up. He's trying to seal off this entrance here towards the left-hand side. Likewise, pushing towards the goal base. If he can do this, then he can once again just make this that much more narrow. The entrances, I mean. Yeah, League Bait is being thrown away. At this point, Solar cannot move into this. Like, I mean, like, what the hell? It's now so narrow. And what I mean by closing up the right-hand side, at the moment at least, like, this area here outside of the center expansion is a little bit more accessible for the Zerg. But once this goal base is taken, suddenly that kind of strips this away. It strips this away. Suddenly we have this narrow entrance here in the center, and now we have just the one entrance here on the right-hand side, which is much more acceptable, much more accessible here for Cure. Yeah, Mass Radiant and the Corruptors. Ooh, nice power bomb. Science versus they clump up. Tanks a siege. There's high ground right outside the gold base as well. Yeah, Solar, he cannot touch this. I don't see Solar breaking these expansions. Not anymore. Here he's oh god, as a science vessel they overextend. Yeah, massive losses here, losing 3 science vessels, four vessels. 4 vessels go down. Here getting a little bit messy here. I would say Kira could probably do with more tanks here on the high ground at least. But you can see Kira expanding. Just expanding his territory, pushing forward, claiming the gold expansion. Sola does have an he's not really mining. Yeah, he has these fringe bases, but they are not mining. Broodlord's not coming in. Shows the vessels. There's only 4 corruptors. Here only 4. Massive raids here on the Broodlords. They still clump up. Oh god. There we go. And without these corruptors being focused down, ultras, they do come in from behind though. Nice flank. This position is being broken. We just don't have enough anti-air. We're lacking marines. They're just not enough to stand strong here against the Broodlords. And the Broodlord transition. Can Sola do it? Can he do it? At the same time, Kira takes down bottom left. I was curious. I was like, we're maxed out. Where are all the marines that were bottom left? So all the marines were down here instead. As the bio army is cornered. The northern goal base is denied, but it's this center one which is still standing. We're just rallying to our deaths. Cure, we gotta lock in. Making mistakes. Oh, Jesus. Didn't realize how narrow that was. Security does defend. Broodlords are gaining more ground. CC goes down, and looks like Sola has done it. Sola, he has broken the defensive line here of Cure. He does it. Again, shout out to the Broodlords. Unfortunately, we just weren't quite ready for this, whether it was with additional science vessels or going into more Goliath production, which is now beginning, but this feels too late. Feels too little too late. As now we bring in Goliath, but this is after the defense position has been broken. Again, I was really impressed with Cure's setup, of course. Very, very impressed. But Sola's done it. The Broodlords. That's Marines they're pushing forward. They're getting onto the Broods. That should not be happening. Getting 1, getting 2, getting 3. 4, 5. Oh my god. 5 Broodlords go down. Oh man, with gun is pretty good. Well, now, ironically, the Marines were on the top side earlier than Cure does hold. Yeah, bleeding out 16 SCVs. Got that 1 Broodlord holding the line. How many vessels are left? 0. Yeah, 0 science vessels. Again, Curie just split out far too much. There's some massive aliens to the face. Soldier swipes as well. The ultras, they trade well. We're getting a little bit wasteful towards the end. A concern here at this point is that Solar, he doesn't really have much. He doesn't really have a mineral bank. He does have mining though. He just saturates the top right. Broodlord goes down. Now, what Cure does have is minerals, and he's about to get his gold base back up and running. Can we just keep making Marines and break through? Like, no shot. Like, Is there a world? Let's go. Who loses the entire mineral line? 46 SCVs going down. Some heavy losses for Cure. Solo takes both at corner bases. He resaturates. If Cure can't stop this, then Solo will just know out of control. We need to stop some of this mining. Solo's about to max out. He's about to max. Catching out 1, 2 tanks. The Ultras, they do get us up the high ground. And catching out some of those tanks. Oh. Catch him out. Likewise, Fung with the mineral line, losing out SCVs. On the one hand, Curie's bleeding out a lot of workers. At the same time, I start to respect how efficient his army is, especially with all these science vessels. His army still has a lot of potential, and the supplies are close enough where I can't necessarily count him out. Not yet. But we gotta do something about the bases, Pappy. Gotta do something. For not just hyperfixated here on trying to expand. Solo rotates to the south side. Once again, Broodless to the center. Catching up more CVs. Using the radiates here on the Corruptors. We're clumping up. Oof. Keep them separated. Oh. We're killing our Ling Bane. Jesus. Solid but hard. And Radiate lasts a long time. Lasts a very long time. Split, Bappy, split. Lasting run by. Gets into the mineral line. This does force a big reaction here by Cure. Did F2 for a moment. Oh, hunting with the vessels. Gets one. It's 1, 2 vessels. Same time we have the counter irradiates. Sniping Vipers. Going for the Infestors. Very nice. Oh, oh god. Catching at 2 more Infestors. Army supplies are still neck and neck. Curie finally breaks out, heading towards bottom left. There's nothing in to defend. Solo, he's racing over. This is what we wanted. That's what we wanted earlier. Finally, the mineral line goes down. 14, 15 drone kills. Nice damage. Again, will be cleaned up. It does cripple at the same time. Mass irradiates. Landing 4 radiates in the army. Do we land on the Infestor? Oh. Gets one. Jesus, we're doing so much to the Ling Bane as well. Oh, the splash damage. Ah. Again, it radiates to the MVPs of this game. Of this matchup. Zach told us social distancing against Radiate. Someone tell Solo that because he's we need more distance, Pappy. We keep clumping. Oof. Yeah, as Ultras they try to commit in. We do have a line of tanks behind this. Meanwhile, nice irradiates, catching 1, 2, 3 Ultras. There's 2 Ultras left. Down to 2. Down to 1. And we're throwing one of the Corruptors. He throws it away. Yeah, throws it the Corruptors. GG gets called. Heavy losses for Solar and Cure. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Cure, he will take claim of lead in the series. Against Solar, he had map control, he had the bases, but alas, he was being very inefficient with his trades, clumping up so much the vessels. They achieved so much damage. They were so hyper efficient in this game, catching out Infestors, Vipers, catching out the Corruptors, the Ultras as well. We saw that Solar, initially, he did a great job when it came to breaking that northern position with his Broodlords. That is true. He was harassing nicely as well, but again, things got very messy towards then. Got very, very messy. Very lax with his control. And with that, we saw that the vessels, they went uncontested. I say that, I mean, every now and then we'd see a couple of vessels go down, but alas. The efficiency out of Cure was crazy. That was crazy. GG. GG, well played. With that, Cure takes the lead in the series, and we're going to be loading into game number 2. I would say that this first game, though, was a little bit telling and a little bit concerning here. We'll see if Solar can tighten things up. In general, Cure has been very... We mentioned this at the beginning of the last game, how Cure has been very willing and very happy to just slow the game down and embrace Mass Science Vessel. I feel like we need to avoid the late game against Cure's Brood War Terran. But we'll see. We'll see as we're loading into game number 2, loading into Ruby Rock. Catching up. Here we go. Bottom right-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg. Oh, South Korean Zerg player himself down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Now, I will say this map should be favoring Solar that much more. Welcome to Ruby Rock. The idea of trying to turtle up on 4 and 5 bases is very difficult to achieve here on Ruby Rock. The rush distance background is shorter, and the accessibility of these bases is much higher. A very open area here leading to the 3rd base, leading to the 4th base, leading to the 5th base. Not just that, but they're also very spread out as well. We've seen many a player attempt and fail to turtle on this map. So I would be favoring Solar here when it comes to early game aggression and even getting into a longer game as well. We'll see if Cure can turn the tables. Bearing in mind that Cure doesn't have to play the same style. He can go 3x into mech, into a heavier bio setup. We did see yesterday Cure go 3x into 5x in like heavy marine aggression. I would like to see something similar to that here as well. I do think that being more defensive is not how you want to approach Ruby Rock, but we'll see. Keep an eye on a Cure. See how opening up. I guess I should emphasize that StarCraft Evolution is a little bit different as opposed to regular SE2. High ground here is going to be more important, and there is a little high ground to be made use of here. So potentially, due to the high ground position, like maybe you can try to set up on 4 and 5 bases. I still find it difficult to envision, but we'll see. We'll see if we end up in that kind of hyper late game again. Zerglord does not get away. The high ground. The Marine. Yeah, the Marine on the high ground. This is a trap. The pillar is a trap. It goes down, supply block Solar. Nice start here for Cure. And Cure, he is going for 2 racks early on into Stim. Instead of going for 3 rack Stim off of 2 bases, this is all of a 1 expansion. Okay, very early Stim here at a Cure. Cure going for a much earlier push. Is expanding, don't get me wrong. He is not going for an all-in, and we're forcing out a very early Bailey Nest. Okay, we're getting messy. We're getting rowdy. So Cure, he's rushing into early Stim aggression into a 2 racks opener. Meanwhile, Solar is going for a very early Bailey Nest, still mining gas into early Ling Bane. So both players being aggressive in their own way. Due to the fire bats, I currently favor Cure, but I think he only has one fire bat with the main army. Yeah, just one so far. The others are coming. Yeah, does dive on top of the queen. Queen is going to be chased down. Massive pickoff. Yeah, takes down the first queen. Remember, stim was done. Medic is going to be focused down. Nice target, firing on the medic. No. Yeah, the reinforcing medic is a little bit too late, and with that Solar, he defends. Oof. Does try to defend, does hold on. At this point, Cure's just trickling in, and Solar, he can now go for the counterattack. And there's no SimCity. Yeah, there's no SimCity here for Cure. He's going for a 4x follow-up, but it does not matter. Here comes the main bust, and I believe Solar should have enough. The fire bats are good, but they should not survive the bust. Fireback counterattack. Whirling across the map. That's 6 paintings morphing in. You go 8 paintings in the mineral line. Oh, sorry, hitting the base. They chase down the fire bats. They get surrounded one after the other, and this should be too much. This should be too much. We're getting to the mineral line. Back at home, Curie has nothing to defend. He's getting surrounded. We get in, and massive connections. That's going to be 9 SCVs going down. GG gets called, and Solar, he will tie the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played against Solar. He will avoid the late game. He will avoid the mass science vessels, going for the early all-in. To be fair, it was very chaotic from both sides. Cure was also going for his own 2-racks early academy on 1 base opener as well. So very aggressive, very chaotic from both sides. In the end, of course, the early sim time was shut down. Cure, he did get a queen. He did get a couple of drones, but it was not quite worth it. And Solar, he snowballed out of control, going for his own counter bust. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're tied at 1-1. We have a series, we have a back and forth, and we'll see where our vetoes lead us here in terms of the maps themselves. We mentioned earlier that Ruby Rock does favor aggression. We saw aggression. Where are we dropping this time? As there are a lot of multi-spawn maps, and they can kind of lead into some weird places. Up next, speaking of multi-spawn map, we're going to be loading into a 3-player spawn map. We're going to be loading into Sylphid. Here we go. I think we mentioned this earlier, but Sylphid is maybe the oldest map in the map pool. It's been around for a long time. It's been around for a very long time. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Sylphid, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg, the Brood War Zerg now. As he was able to tap the series earlier, can he gain even more momentum? Can he take a lead in the series? It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the SC2 Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. Now, welcome to Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, top side, and bottom right as well. So 3 possible spawn locations from here. We'll see how we decide to open up. So far, Cure has gone for a stim variation every game. We have been seeing him embrace mech, of course, previously. I'm sure we'll see it again at some point, but maybe not on Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player small map. There's a little bit of RNG in the early game. I will say that the rushes by ground is quite short. It's relatively short here, at least from our experiences. Like, pushes and aggression can hit quite hard. Defending on 4 bases can be awkward just because the bases are very spread out on this map. We'll see how we open up. We'll see how we expand. Eyes are on Cure. Likewise, it's going to be our first time seeing Solar's Brood War Zerg. True. Will be our first time, at least in today's broadcast. We have been seeing a lot of lurker timings, a lot of Hydra-based all-ins as well. Those are 2 things that we often expect. So we'll keep an eye on the gas, we'll keep an eye on the layer timing. So let us check the top side. Meanwhile, Curie will find Solar. Interesting location for the hatchery here. I feel like usually you throw down the hatchery to start to wall off the natural, but no, here Solar throws this down a little bit further back instead. Interesting. Gets macro hatchery further back in his main. Meanwhile, Curie throws on 2 more maxes, going to 3x. Yeah, 3x to Metacure. Building up into early bioaggression. And we'll see where Solar spends his gas. So far, pulls out. Okay, does pull out of gas. Claiming his third base. We're not rushing no past Hydrogen. I think an example of that is a laser. If you've been watching a laser as of late, he's been playing a lot of heavy gas and early Hydra. Not here, though. Link Speed kicks in. Ooh, does lock down the Reaper. Yeah, Reaper does go down. Gets 1 SCEvo as well. That's some nice pickups. Nice pickups out of Solar as he will force a lift. And is going for the early chamber. Okay, so Evo chamber into +1 carapace. Earlier upgrades out of Solar. Here can just lift. Lands the mule. And again, Curious Solid on 2 base is just working towards Stim. Should be a new 3 players map hitting Evo soonish. Send a finish whenever. Oh, let's go. Let's go. I'm assuming that it's a ported 3-player swarm map. I'm assuming, like from Brood War. But looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Solo does go for his Hydrogen. Styles are good. Juggle terrain. Okay, okay. See, if I had things my way, you know what I put in? Catalina. Let's we need to bring the K-pop back. We need to bring it back. The octopus. Well, that's my nostalgia speaking. Bring back Cactus Valley. Fruitland? Yo, Fruitland has a soft place in my heart. One day. One day. And if it's super balanced because it's 3-player and weird proportions, it's fine. A lot of the Brood War maps aren't necessarily super balanced. Look, if we can have a rotation with Return of the King, we can we can do what we want. Anyway, Curie sims. He sims in. Solar's out of position, completely out of position, and he's gonna lose everything. The boys are being pulled. Solar, the pants are down, Bobby. The pants are down completely. The Hydras are good at one after the other. GG gets called, and Curie takes 2-1 lead in the series. GG. My apologies as we were a little bit distracted there, but Curie just goes for his 3x stim timing. Meanwhile, Solar, he was mid-transition into Hydra. He was also droning as well. He had very little to work with, very little to defend. And that was it. That was it. That was game. We just stim on forward, a break on through. GG. GG well played. Solar caught unawares. And with that, Cure takes the lead in the series. That is 1 game away from claiming the series here and now. Oh boy. Here we go. Now, we did also kind of allude to this a little bit, talking about how small the map is and how shorter the distance is. We'll see if we can get a little bit more breathing room for Solar as we load into Game 4, as we load into Vermeer. Depending on spawn locations, this can favor Zerg players. We'll see. So typically, traditionally in 4-player small maps, longer spawns do favor Zerg just because they give Zerg more freedom, more breathing room. They give them more time to defend, more time to respond. If we get closer spawns that favors aggression, that usually favors Terran, like these stim timings. They hit harder, they hit faster, you have less time to react, less time to respond. So we'll see how the RNG lands. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Vermeer, we have the red Zerg player. The SC2 Zerg, he is down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the horizontal spawn. We have the South Korean Terran, the Brood War Terran. For Team Liquid, it is Cure. Let's go. Let us go. Working on near Fruitland. Some features I remember existing that don't exist on the published Fruitland. What is Neo Fruitland? Is that a thing, or is that what we're calling it? Is that okay? Kind of wild. Fruitland was one of the first maps that I ever saw in StarCraft. I wouldn't say it's the first map that I saw, but it's one of the first maps I watched in like proper competitive StarCraft. Like I have to caveat that because obviously I watched like a bunch of like Wings of Liberty like beta maps and things of that nature, but like I didn't really get into esports until early Heart of the Swarm. And seeing Fruitland on in GSTL, like, yo. The nostalgia, baby, the nostalgia. Speaking of GSTL, we did announce it last night, but GSTL is returning. Of course, we are going to be the main casters for it, as always. We're going to be the main, as we've been the main casters for GSLCK, we'll be the main casters for GSTL as well. Starting this week. Or technically next week. Sorry, next week. The return of GSTL. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm calling it, yeah. Maybe not the fun name, but the working name. Yeah. Okay. Looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the lemons. Ah. Oh, the lemons. I'd like to believe that you're adding more fruit and maybe even adding some like high definition fruit assets here. Ah. Let's go to here. That's it. So now we're going to be opening up. Once again, welcome to Vermeer. Vermeer is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in any corner of the map. Kira is going for his own 3x sim timing with his academy behind this, of course, mixing in some fire bats for the move outs. Meanwhile, it's going to be on solo to prepare for this in time, to prepare to defend. Back at home, no Roach defense yet. He did pull out of gas, so it's going to be Ling Queen out of Solar. Solar has found his opponent's spawn location, is aware. And really what I'm mainly curious about isn't the stim timing, it's the follow-up. Does Cure go into double factory, or does he go into 2 more Raxes into a 5 Rax follow-up? That's what I want to know. Just because the initial stim timing shouldn't kill. We don't really expect it to kill at this level of play. As Solar's going for a Bane Nest defensively, so Ling Bane out of Solar. And I see a 4th Rax. Okay, so we're doubling down into a later, stronger timing by going into 5 Raxes. So a heavier Rax count here by Cure. Ideally, he does want Solar to overreact early and to overdefend against a push that isn't really coming his way. Oh, you have banana trees. Oh, let's go. The banana trees. Working on custom models so they aren't just the old Wings of Liberty Shay models flying on the trees. Yeah. I remember it was a little bit jank. It was. Not eligible for TLMC. Maybe there's a way to work around that. Maybe we can substitute some things. Maybe. But even if not, I'm looking forward to it. As again, here comes the later push, this time with excess Marines, excess Firebats. Solar, he's getting ready back at home, building up his Ling Bane. Solar did under drone, bear that in mind. Did make less workers. As he was repairing a little bit earlier. Here's making his way through. Sola setting up for a flank. Oh, Banelings, they smash in. They try to connect, and decent connections with the Banelings. Yeah, not bad. Sola holds. Sola, he is holding. Catching at the Marines. Kira's gonna be forced back. And here comes a follow-up. eBay. Factory, eBay, +1. Cure is still reinforcing across the map, and Baneling speed is not going to be a factor, so there is still potential for Cure. As long as they're fighting on creep, though, Sola, he should be able to collapse on the army. Should be able to. As things are bleeding out. Cure is still rallying. Bailing speed is only halfway done. We still need a little bit more time. Sola, he needs time, Bappy. He needs time. Oh. Cure does break forward. Oh. Yeah, now we've got enough time for link speed. There are plenty of firebats here in the mix. Depending on how well they tank, Curious still has potential. At the same time, Sola does go for the counterattack. He avoids the main army, catching out a free tank. Oh, tries to. Yeah, surrounds the firebats. The tank as well. Nice counterattack by Solar. Cure turns around. Yeah, it does turn around, does race back home. Oof. Yeah, so we bust into the mineral line. That's going to be a lot of SCVs going down. Massive connections. Oh, God. Reconnect. 8. 14 SCV kills. Heavy damage here across the map. And Cure, we're going to go. Cure, we got to commit. And so let's get ready. Solo setting up for another counterattack. And Cure... Are we turtling? Are we? I mean, science system production has begun. Are we going to try to turtle off from here? No, not again. Not again, Pappy. I'm ready for a 40-minute game. I'm ready. Solo, he will catch a tank, but there are plenty of reinforcements back in to respond to this. Should get into the mineral line, though. And rolls into the mineral line. Only gets 4 SCVs. Gets a little bit more towards the end. 13 SCVs going down. Very nice. Catching out 13 workers. Nice damage out of Solar. Behind this, we're taking over the Hive, taking over the Ultras. Scan does confirm this. Curie knows. And I feel like upon seeing the Ultra Tech, either you have to counterattack and kill before Ultras, or just accept your fate and start to hunker down. You can see Solar getting ready for another run by if Cure were to push. And now we're setting up. We're setting up defensively. Building up more vessels. Alright, let's go. Thankfully, Solar, he's taking up as well. Spire is on the way to help against the vessels, as now he's aware. Runby runs into the reinforcements. Gets shut down. Nice defense. How's he gonna go here? Is just slow things down. Nice radiate. Radiates the Ultra. Cure pulls away. And it pulls away. We do have the Night Storm on the way for Solar. Now, it looks like, I mean, I'm not opposed to this, but Solar, he may try to break here before we hit into critical mass of science vessels or tanks. Again, Solar's already experienced that previously on Kara's Passage, and I don't think he wants to do that again. I don't blame him. And we'll see if we can break him. We shall see. We're loading up the Ultras. Nidus into the main. So let's look her way in. Likewise. Oh! Go for the Master Radiate here, targeting the Ultra. Lings, they do collapse on the Bio, though. Very nice engage with the Zerglings. Trying to break the siege line as well. Tanks, they will hold the line. Yeah, they will hold the line. They shut down the Ling Bane. At the same time, we do drop into the main. Nidus does finish. And we're going to get a couple of SCVs. Solar, he can try to evacuate. Yeah, it's getting out. Does pull away. Oh, no, he's getting stuck. No, the one Marine. The one Marine. One Marine was stopping 2 Ultras, That was crazy. That was insane. Damn. Man with gun is crazy. As again, Curie defends the main. Defends the main base. They're building in more vessels. Solar, he needs to start thinking a little bit further ahead here. Is working on 3-3 upgrades, which is nice and all, but we're not quite working on any sky upgrades. We have +1 flyer attack, just the 1 spire. Solar expanding bottom right. Bearing in mind that because all of the Cure bases, the quote-unquote on Cure's half of the map have been left untouched, Curie can still slowly expand. Like, he's not, in a sense here, like Cure's bank, this is his bank. Like, these bases here, they can eventually work towards. This is now taking another expansion. Solo looking for a way in. Diving forward. Does that forward. It gets 1, 2 tanks. Oof. So far, nice spread here. Better concave out of Cure. Yeah, stronger concave here. Cleans up the Ultras, cleans up the Lings. Oof. Crouches as well. Securing that 4th base. Ah. He's securing Bappy. Meanwhile, Solar still trying the best he can here to deny the 4th. Again, there's going to be a swing in Cure's favor once that 4th base gets up and running. So there's a lot of pressure on Solar right now to stop that from happening. Can he stop it? Again, Cure is setting up. As I mentioned, over time, Cure's army is just getting better and better. Just becoming stronger. Yo, the token swarm host. Let's go. Didn't notice it earlier. Token swarm host. Solar, he won't achieve too much damage on the top side. Pushing towards the south. No Vipers. Does try to commit in. Catching us on the Marines. Gets one tank. I mean, a lot of Marines do go down, but mainly Marines. Yeah, only one tank falls. The other tank survives. We're gonna keep going. There is a Greater Spire transition coming up on us here for Broodlords. We did take notice, of course, on Kara's Passage that there was a big power spike for Solo when he did switch into Broodlords. Like, that was a big win for him, where he took momentum away from Cure and he had a lead. He had an advantage. Did lose that lead, but we'll see if he can maintain it this time. As the anti-air is a little bit lacking for Cure. It's just very Marine focused and very Marine centric. Nice run by. He gets in. Oh my god. Yeah, late reaction by Cure. 9 SCEV kills. Solo moves in. Gets one tank. Yeah, one tank goes down and a science vessel. This is where I would want Solo more than anything to take bottom left. Take some of these corner bases just because, one, Cure is contained. Cure, he's applying zero pressure. This would be the time to take bases away from Cure as quickly as possible and mine as much as you can before Cure takes them. That's why I mentioned earlier that right now, all these southern bases, this is almost like the bank of Cure that he will eventually work towards. So it's on Solo to take some of these resources away from Cure as quickly as possible. And he's now expanding onto Cure's side of the map just now. But again, very late. Oh, god, the choke point here is insane. Oh, she's a punish. Broodlords are spotted. Does spot the Broods. And this is a bigger heads up this time. Remember on Kara's Passage, the Broodlords were surprised. Not this time, though. Kira's aware. Jesus, yeah, Master Radiate on the Broodlords. They're gonna get softened up. Ground Army is lacking. And Marines, they can soon sim in. Oh god. Yeah, the Broodlords are staying spread. And Marines, we're getting on top. He gets one, he gets 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh god, 7. 7 Broodlords go down. Was it 8? It was 8, yeah. 8 Broodlords. Expensive losses there for Solar. Losing all of his broods. Okay, Mammoth Gun is built different in Brood War. It's crazy. With how we land some more radiates. Oof. After this map pool, I don't think Blizzard are going to be very happy with custom models. Were many custom models used in this map pool? Or is it that they tried to be implemented, but they were like they were replaced? As again, Soul's been leading out a bunch of units here, trying to go into more Corruptor heavy to help counter the science vessels. I preferred Carrot's Passage, where we saw a heavier Viper count with power bombs. Oh, nice angle. Nice power bomb as well, but alas, the splits are there. Jesus, I can't say the same for Solar. Pulls away. Curie takes center left. We spoke about this earlier about how these bases are more of a bank, and Cure, he's gaining access to his bank. He's gaining access. Solar can never mine from this expansion, so Cure has his entire half of the map untouched. And remember, the Zerg player, to be even with the Terran, they want to be up a base. Solar, he's not. He's not up on bases. Or in the long run, he's not going to be up on bases. we've got the one remaining Broodlord. Let's go. Clearing up all the creep. Bottom left to go down. There, the final irradiates. Jesus. As we just irradiate, Pappy. Oh, the irradiations. As Cure, I mean, Cure's goal, he's just mass expand. He's just mass expanding, taking over his half of the map. Right now, Solar, he's struggling to really come up with a solution here. It's a little bit frazzled. He's got a couple of ultras. He's got a higher corruptor count more than anything. He's trying to go corruptor infestor. And he will catch out 2 more vessels. But he's clumped up. Oh god. He doesn't sustain a lot of damage. The issue is that Solar, he had to stop Cure before this kind of game state. Like, before he could break out. I mean, this is why Solar, he was trying the best he can to break the 4th. But he just couldn't. Couldn't kill the 4th expansion. Once he gets up and running, like, Cure, he's hitting his stride. Cure, he's on 17 science vessels. Oh god, no, they're corrupted. Yeah, they get thrown away. They get thrown away. Oh no. Solar. This is like Solar, like, hands off the keyboard moment. It's throws away all his corruptors. Not like this. This is one of those brain breaking moments here for Solar. When the Koreans, when they say that Solar's nickname is a rock, it's like this is one of those moments. It's like, oh no, it's happening. Cure breaks out. Now, for the first time in a long time, Cure can start to be aggressive on Solar's side of the map. He starts to move out. Going for the expansion, and he will get it. Jesus. Does get the hatchery. Oh. So once again, we do mass irradiate the corruptors. Corruptors get punished. Building on more vessels. 19, soon to be 21. Sorry, 22. 22 vessels. Oh. That doesn't extend. He's out a couple of vessels. Still trades though. Still happily trades. Getting a bunch of the corruptors. Once again, Solar trying to move in into a siege line. Does get one more vessel. Oh, no mass. You can see the mass fungals. I would ask him Solar to be happy. He's just doing what he can. And Solar, he's broke. Solar's broke. He's running out of money. Running out of his bank. He's burned through it. Solar's been falling apart for quite some time. As the fleet has arrived. The fleet of vessels. Cure style is so boring. I mean, this is like the correct way to play, is the reality of late game Brood War TVZ. It is the correct way to play. I wouldn't call it Cure style because remember, Maru and the other Terrans are playing the same way as well. It's the meta. As corruptors are going to be thrown out. We throw away the corruptors. Oh my god. It's just late game TVZ. Oh, Jesus. And GG, there we go. GG gets called with that Cure. He will claim the series. I flipped the names away to mid-game, I think. But GG well played. Cure, he will claim the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG well played. Congratulations, Cure. He will claim the series against Solar. He and many Zerg players have had a very hard time in the late game against Terran. Funnily enough, it was after this event. No, technically it wasn't after this event. It was after the group. Was it the group stage? Was it after? I think it was after the group stage of the CranKy event, where this kind of style was adjusted and nerfed. But I don't think it was after this event. If I recall correctly. I might have my timelines mixed up a little bit, but I think it was before the playoffs, but after the group stage. Yeah. Because we were quite critical of it, if I remember correctly, when it came to the timing of the patch. But GG well played with that Cure. He will claim the series. He will take down Solar. Solar, he's knocked down into the bronze match, where he'll be playing against ByuN to determine 4th and 3rd place. GG well played. With that, we are going to be going on a break. I'm going to be taking a break here. When we come back, we'll have the bronze match. That'll be between Solar and ByuN to determine 3rd and 4th place. And we'll have the grand finals between Classic and Cure. Oh boy. 3rd place match. So we're going to be going on a break. Going to be going on a short break here. When we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have some more StarCraft Evolution. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the SEL, the StarCraft Evolution League Ladder Invitational Season 3 Playoffs Day number 2. We just wrapped up. We just wrapped up here with the semifinals. We had Classic. Classic takes down ByuN. Cure takes down Solar. We have Classic versus Cure in the grand finals. Meanwhile, we have our next matchup here. It's going to be a best of 5 bronze match. We have a bronze place match here between Solar and ByuN to determine 4th and 3rd place. Let's go. Best of 5. Best of 5. Let's jump on in. Game 1 is going to be on Ruby Rock. The ZVTs do continue. Let's go. Let us go. We are going to be jumping back in. We're going to be facing off. We've hooked with the brutal limitations. Yeah, I think it was determined that SC2 Zerg doesn't really have much counterplay, or as much counterplay against against mass vessel, which is why the vessel was nerfed. I believe that was, of course, the rationale. But here we go, spawning in the right-hand corner of Ruby Rock. We have the Brood War Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. Oh god, they're speaking so much. Un momento. What are we talking about? What? Oh my god. They're both animals, Fabi. They're both animals. They're talking about IDs. I think they're talking about, was it ByuN whose ID in Brutal War is excrement, right? That's what they're talking about, which is why I was like, they're talking about poop. And talking about player IDs from back in the day. But it was ByuN, right? Because innovation was boogers or bogus, but I think ByuN was excrement, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yep, yeah. So so up here, Dai Dong, there up there. That's ByuN's old name and old ID in Brood War, which is like never die poop, basically. like undead poop, basically. And that's what they're talking about. They just, which I was like, why are they just talking about poop the entire time? But yeah, they were they were talking about ByuN's old ID, and I guess making fun of it. They're just reminiscing about times gone by. At the very end, Solar said that he's going to 3x as well. Meanwhile, it's going to be 3x Reaper here out of ByuN, which Solar did call him out on, by the way. That's why there's number 3 here. Solar does send him away. Hits him with the question mark. Get out of here. Good. Yeah, so from here we're going to build up into our longer game state. So the 3x Reaper was deflected. Now we can build up into a 3x stim timing instead. So we're going for the follow-up. Solar, I would say, is in a better position, able to drone, able to saturate, build up back at home, getting into its own early Eva chamber into +1 carapace. This will help against the bio setup, but actually we're going double Eva chamber early on. This I'm not used to seeing. Okay. Not used to it. I see Delta speaking. I wonder if Hyper One is gonna let him know what was said. Because again, just as a fun fact, they were just talking about ByuN's old ID in Brood War, and time's gone by. Yep, there you go. So I'm making fun of his ID. So it used to be called Poop. Undead Poop. For now, though. For now, we're getting into 1-1 upgrades. We do have our lair on the way for Solar, getting into his own Ling setup. Oh, that's catching the Overlord. Does catch the Overlord again, building up into Stim. And ByuN can now move out. Now it's going to be a pure Ling defense here. At least Carapace is going to be done. But pure Ling defense is still going to have a bit of a hard time against this, especially with KDA charge as well. ByuN is coming. ByuN is moving out. ByuN is committed. We'll see if he can break Solar. Can he break him? There's 12 more Lings on the way. ByuN might be taking too long. Ensuring his reinforcements though get surrounded. Behind this Solar going into mutas. Let's go. Going to muta. This makes more sense as to why he went double Lever Chamber now instead. As it was going to commit a little bit harder into Ling, into just mass Ling. Marines they push into the mineral line. Better terrain here for ByuN to avoid getting surrounded. Lings they commit. Here Del slaps in. Shows a KDA charge. No KDA charge, we just stand and fight. Lings, they all go down. They all get thrown away. Question mark. GG gets called. And ByuN will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, with only Ling to defend and no shot, Solo could not engage. Solo's being greedy by going into muta play. Very often it is standard to go Ling Hydra just to be safe, or even Hydra heavy. Pure Ling like this though is much more inefficient as you're lacking Banelings in Brood War. If you can get a full surround, then maybe you can deal with this, but we saw no full surround as ByuN did get into the mineral line. Better SimCity, better positioning out of ByuN. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN does take number 1. Does take a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Does take a lead, and we'll see if Solar can recover and bounce back as we load into game number 2. Going to be loading into Vermeer. Let's go. This time a larger map of the map pool, longer, potentially longer rush distance by ground, depending on spawn locations. Depends. We'll see where we drop, where we load in. I'll try to have my phone ready in case they banter. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Vermeer, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the Brood War Zerg. Oh, yeah, the Brood War Zerg player down in the series. Can he bounce back and make a series out of this? It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player himself, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. As we do find ourselves with cross spawns. Okay, this should be more ideal here for the Zerg player. More room in between ourselves, in between the bases, in between the players. More room to breathe, to drone, to saturate. This is why I had my phone ready. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, so Solar, he's like, this time you're gonna go for fire bats. Or hell bats, I should say. ByuN's like, that's the first time I'm hearing about this. And then ByuN is asking about, do you know Misoritum? I don't know who that is. They're talking about another old player, it looks like. Yeah, ByuN's like, who is that? Soul's like, Top Zerg. Top 3 Zerg. Top 3. I think they're talking about top 3 Zerg player in Brood War, but I think they're talking about back in the day. So I was like, he's a top 3 Zerg, and then ByuN's like, top 3 Zerg? Are there 3 Zergs? And then Solo laughs. I don't know who they're talking about. Saber LT. Alright. Let's have a look. Saber LT. Okay, it says here, Saber LT, who I'm very limited in my Brood War knowledge, is a South Korean professional Brood War Zerg player. Compete in the rookie draft. Oh, there you go. Oh my god. Crank. But yeah, it looks like they were talking about an older Brood War Zerg player. Jesus. Looks like there was some connectivity issues. So Crank was saying that he was having some internet issues, and the STC was trying to console him. I didn't know Crank was casting this. Let's go. Este Crank. As behind this, we're going to our own 1-1-1. So 1-1-1 follow-up here, a much more aggressive follow-up out of ByuN. Solar just droning, saturating into link speed. This time Solar is not cutting corners, this time he's going into Hydra Tech. But yeah, he was on Hwangsong Oz back in 2008 to 2010. So they're both dropping all the knowledge bombs, all the old references, the nostalgia, baby, the nostalgia. For now, links are dealt with. Are we actually going for Hellbats? Is that the is ByuN gonna answer Solar's request? Let's go. From here we're settling in Soul of again. There's just some banter between the players, just some banter. So from here, Overlord goes down, joining, saturating, again taking into Ling Hydra. ByuN is going to have a small window in time where he does have Stim, but remember he's just now going into his medevacs. He went Viking first. Yeah, he went Viking first. Enter later medevac production. Then he can start to be active. Until then, Solar's free to drone and free to build up. No. As Hellions do catch out one, they try to catch the other with just one Hellion. Sorry, one Hydra so far. Gets two. 1 or 2 Hydras. We're not here for the final. I mean, we're not here for the finals either. This is the bronze match. Bronze match. So, you know, when is Dark coming back? I think Dark finishes his military service at the end of the year, right? Like around December. It is quickly coming up to us. Sorry, I said December, November. So November is going to be his last month in the military. As we do get the double drop here into the natural. At the same time, we do have Hellions into the third. Oh my god. Hellions, they bust in. They get 5 drone kills. Nice damage. At the same time, the drops, they do get away. They do not go down. Nice aggression here from ByuN. Yeah, nice aggression. Nice attack. Trades very efficiently. As Solo's trying to stabilize. Lurker tech is on the way. Building up into lurkers. Now, even though Solo's having a bit of a rougher time here, I mean, he's still on 3-base saturation. I will say that ByuN's third is not 2-base all in. Okay. I was going to say. ByuN, he has no third TC. It's looking like a 2-base all in. Out of ByuN, yep, we're going for a 5-rank setup. It's all or nothing. It's all or nothing. Either ByuN kills Solo or he dies trying. Let's go. Yeah, one or the other. Dust him in. Does try to stim in. So far, Solo's keeping up. If the lurkers are ready in time, I think Solo just wins, to be honest. Like, I don't know if ByuN really will have enough to break through a siege line of lurkers. This is it. Again, it all comes down to this push. Let's go. ByuN, he has 3 tanks. Good chunk of Marines. Double drop into the main base, distracting Solar. Pulling away Solo's attention. Solar, he doesn't know, not yet. ByuN pushing forward. There's a stim. Stims into the mineral line. Pulls the main army over. Trading well against Lings, but one medevac goes down. Takes down the medevac. ByuN scans. Solar, he races back over. I will say this flank or this push here is a little bit delayed here for ByuN. But he's sieging up. He's in position. Nice tank shots. I don't think the Marine count is high enough though. The tanks are exposed. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. All 3 tanks go down. Massive pickups. And yeah, Solar he was just laughing. Meanwhile, it looks like we did have some latency issues with Crank. Oh no! Oh god, it's Solar. He rallies into the Marines. Uh-oh. Misrally to Solar, losing 24 drones. That should not have happened. That should not have happened. Again, Solar was so confident earlier, and I don't blame him. But we're making mistakes. Here comes the second wave. Here comes the second army. Solar now down in economy. And ByuN is coming. Geez, that's so many Marines. But he has to avoid clumping. He scans, he spreads. We've got good enough spread here. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take game number 2, taking a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, I felt like Solo should have been able to hold on here with his lurkers morphing in defensively, especially after catching the 3 tanks as well. I mean, you saw Solo laugh in response, and then he lost 24 drones. Like, suddenly 24 workers went down. He pulled away his workers from the main base. He rallied into the army of ByuN, so he lost all of his economy. That forced Solo into his own all-in. If you're wondering why did Solo push when he did, because he had to, because he lost all those workers. He lost over 20 drones in that defense, so he had to commit. He was forced to commit, and ByuN overwhelmed. GG well played. Solo, he found himself in a position where instead of having the bio army stim into lurkers, he had to have his lurkers try to dive and burrow on top of Marines out in the open as well. So Solo, he was at a disadvantage. GG well played. With that, we're going to be loading game number 3. Going to be loading into Radeon. Let's go. Let us go. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, Dark, he has expressed interest in returning. What StarCraft is going to be looking like when he does return, yet to be determined. Like, it's hard to say. Hard to say what it looks like post BlizzCon. But regardless, we're loading into game 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner here of Radeon. We have the blue Terran play. We have the SC2 Terran representing Shopify. Leading the series 2-0, it is ByuN. Oh, Solo's talking about getting 3-0'd. Hold on, I should translate before the text leaves the screen. Solo's like, you're lucky, and then ByuN laughed in response. And Solo's like, if we played at home, I'll 3-0 you. And ByuN's like, where's your home? Solo's like, where Yonwu lived, near Monto Station. Are we just doxing each other right now? Are we? I was like, where are you going there? Is there a concert? I have work to do. Oh, I see, I see. So Solo's not playing from home right now. Solo, he's somewhere else. He's like traveling or something. That's what they're talking about. He's like, hey, if I played my home setup, I 3-0 you. So Solo, he's traveling. So on the 4th floor, near Monto. Excellent. Good. But now we're going to be opening up hatch gas pool. Hatch gas pool into a very early Hydroless den into a second gas guide. Sorry, my apologies. I think this was gas first. So my apologies here. Looks like gas pool into an early den. Sorry, gas pool into hatchery into an early den here. So very early Hydras out of Solar. With close spawns, we're primed for a Hydra all-in. Okay, so we're going for a big 2-base all-in. I say 2-base all-in, this might even be off of 1-base saturation, as we have undersaturated main base, early Hydra production, so Solo wants to end the game early on. We'll see if ByuN can survive and take note of the aggression, as ByuN has seen nothing. ByuN is being greedy. CC first interacts, no Reaper Scout, no SCEvo Scout. ByuN is playing blind, the pants are down, and Solo will soon take advantage of that. He'll soon take advantage, as Solo's going for an unscouted all-in. 1-base all in, no drones at the natural. Let's go. Once again, Solo's moving out, rallying everything across the map. So I was for now he does reveal himself. He reveals himself. There's one Marine to defend. It's soon to be 2 more Hellions. Hydras, they get on top of the ramp. They ensure the wall is not going to be brought down. Yeah, Hellions, they pull. The boys are being pulled with the surround. Desperation here by ByuN. He does focus on one of the Hellions. Oof. And no Hellions lost. And now we're down to 1 Hellion. 1 Hellion, 1 Marine. Second Marine's on the way. Oh, the mischance. ByuN does full heal. Despite that, oh, we are getting another set of Hellions though. ByuN, can he buy enough time? Can he buy time? Oh. As again, the boys will move in. They try to move in as Hydras, they knock down the reactor. Starter stepping forward. The boys being pulled into the Hydras. A heavy loss here for ByuN. We even tried to land the Viking here as we're almost going for a 1-1-1. So Viking does help somewhat, but there are too many Hydras. Yeah, there are too many Hydras. They still break through. They still overwhelm. Takes down the reactor, takes down the depot. Oof. ByuN trying to repair, but there's just too many Hydras. They focus on the Viking, the Hellions, and that's it. Yeah, question mark. Now it's ByuN's turn to question mark. GG gets called, and Sola does fight back, does put a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG well played. Sola, he will put a point on the board. He will not get 3-0'd. Here. There is a chance here to redeem ourselves and to make it all the way to the ace match. The pressure is still on though, as ByuN is still ahead in the series. ByuN is still up. And we'll see if Sola can begin that comeback. Again, when it comes to the all-in, it was a 1-base all-in out of Sola going into double gas into 1-base Hydra. ByuN just had no vision. He had no vision, he had no scouting, no SCEvo scout, no Reaper scout, so ByuN was playing completely blind until it was already in his face, until it was too late. GG. GG. With that, we're going to be loading into Sylphid for game number 4. Going to be loading in. So we're getting to the next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Sylphid, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify, leading the series 2-1. And again, we'll see if we can claim it. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top side of Sylphid, we have the red Zerg player. We have the SC2 Zerg down in the series, but hey, he does put up one on the board. Can he fight back? Can he force the ace match? It is Solar. Here we go. Have the turns, as the turns have tabled, ByuN able to embrace Brood War Terran for the first time in quite some time. So in Sylphid, Sylphid, we very commonly do see CC first here. It is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, or top side instead. So 3 possible spawn locations. We'll see how ByuN does play this out. So it's that CC first into what should be a 3-racks. Should be 3-racks. Should be 3-rack stim. Likewise, Solar. He has options as to how to respond with Ling Bane, with Roach heavy play instead. I will say we were discussing a little bit earlier about Cure embracing the late game and going mass science vessel and breaking Solar's mind a little bit. did break the brain. ByuN, I'm sure as you've noticed when it comes to the series so far, ByuN is typically more aggressive, and we don't expect the game to last that long. Like that, going into like mass vessel is the more efficient and more effective way to play the late game. But typically with ByuN, the game should be ending earlier than that, in the early game or mid game, regardless of who wins, I might add as well. Regardless, it's a big shout to Esteciano in the chat. Obrigado, papi, obrigado. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. I'm assuming you did have a cast over in Brazilian and Portuguese. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, papi, thank you. We appreciate it. For those that are unaware, Cian, of course, he is a Brazilian caster. Does cast on his own channel. Covers a lot of Latin American events, Latin American leagues as well. Does some streaming alongside it. Obrigado, obrigado. As for now, oh, my apologies. I just made the assumption that we were going to go into 3x stim, but no, we're going racks into factory. With this, we can go for a second factory into mech. We can try to mech it up. Otherwise, we could go for a 1-1-1 into double starport mass wraith, which we have seen a little bit against Zerg. I don't know if ByuN is really one to embrace that though. Right now, I'm leaning more towards the second factory and vulture production. Joel, what you got? 1-1-1. Are we going mass wraith? Yep, double starport mass wraith out of ByuN. This has been very trendy in recent times, in recent weeks and months, in SCEvo to great effect. I'm still on the fence about this against Zerg. We have been seeing this very, very effective against Terran and against Protoss. Against Zerg, I would say that anti-air is more accessible and defense is more accessible with spores and with queens. But we'll see. As we're going mass wraith. We're gonna wraith it up. Meanwhile, that's a very early Roach Warren. So it looks like Solar's blindly getting ready for 3-racks. Blindly getting a defensive and safe Roach Warren. Upon recognizing the build of choice, we might turn this into something more aggressive, into like, say, a German taxi. Airload goes in. And seeing the factory is a big tell already. Yeah, there we go. Does spot the factory. Is aware it's not a 3-racks, and we'll spot the starport as well, and the second starport. He sees everything. Now Solar, he sees all, he knows all, he's fully aware of the mass wraith. Massive scatter to Solar. Roach Warren does finish, but now we need spores and queens. Let's build up the spore count, build up the queen counts, and Solar should be fine. So what are you doing? Let's see. ByuN Sangmun. I don't know the reference. I don't know the reference. The racer move in. To move in. Ooh, Spore's not ready, by the way. Yeah, Spore's not ready at the third. Getting 1, 2, 3 drone kills. Nice damage so far here by the Wraiths. Rushing over into the main base, getting more drones. Getting up to 4, getting up to almost 5. Almost. 4 more drones go down. GCIC, I see overload speed. I mentioned something earlier, how this might trigger a German taxi. I still lean towards that. The idea of setting up chopper lords and moving out across the map with roaches and with queens. Never mind. Hydrogen says otherwise. Okay. We're going for Hydras. This means the Solo should drone. Solo's on a he's on a relatively low drone count. Lose 3 more workers, but yeah, there we go. He's droning. Droning, saturating. ByuN having a good time. What's being said? You say one is not good, but I'm going crazy. You're one-shotting my units. Talk to me. Crazy race. Solo was saying that, of course. So you're one-shotting my turn. Imba papi. Ooh, will ever extend? So ByuN overextends, he does miss control, will lose 1 of the raids. Solar throws down the question mark after ByuN messes up. It's very common with Solar and with ByuN. They've been question marking each other quite often this series. Whenever Solar makes a mistake, whenever ByuN makes a mistake. Ah, no. As ByuN is moving out with his bio. We're going to have a Roach Hydra defense. Yeah, we're setting a Roach Hydra. Oh! That's it. Nice catch. Gets 1. Gets 1 more Wraith. I know that Solo was tempted to question mark again. I'm checking. The temptation was there for Solar. Oh. As tanks do siege up. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, the 4 tanks are ready. Army sims in. And Solar has to be careful with how he moves in. Losing Queen. ByuN overextends. ByuN, he's cornering himself. He does go further into the main base. Does limit the support tanks can give. Yeah, limits that support. The tanks are on their own. ByuN overextends, and these tanks, they will go down. Yeah, ByuN losing everything. Question mark. Oh, the question marks. Again, ByuN, he got too excited. He got too excited. Stimming into the base was not the call to make. GG gets called, and with that Solar, he will tie things up. We're going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. How do you solve the series? Question mark, baby. Question mark. But honestly, ByuN had the stronger force. He had the stronger army. If he had stayed with his tanks, because he moved further in, he isolated his marines from his tanks, and it was easier to deal with, as Solo could engage with the marines while the tanks were too far out, and engage with the tanks when they had no ground support either. So that was a big misstep there from ByuN. GG. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. Going to game 5. Going to game 5. The real question is, who question marks who? True. Ah, no. As we're loading into Keras Passage. We're loading into our next game. And spawning in the top left corner of Keras Passage, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the blue Terran. Yeah, the blue Terran player himself representing Shopify, being forced into a tied series. He was up 2-0, by the way. He was up 2-0, but now he has fallen. Can he bring it back? It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the Brood War Zerg. It is Solar. Bringing it back from the brink here. Again, he was down 0-2. He's won 2 games in a row, and he has momentum. Momentum is on his side. Can he go all the way and claim 3 wins in a row? Let's go. Let's go again. Welcome to Kara's Passage. Kara's Passage is an interesting map in the map pool. We got gold bases abound. We have some narrow choke points as well. We can seal off certain sections of the map. It's an interesting map to say the least. If you recall, this is where Cure was able to go into that mass science vessel style and shut Solar down in the late game. But as we mentioned previously in this series, and ByuN has showcase that as well, ByuN is not really one that plays for the late game. He's usually much more aggressive, much more assertive, at times to his detriment, like last game for example, where ByuN overextended and was overly aggressive and as a result got punished for it. So it can be his strength, it can also be his weakness as well. For now, we are going for our CC first into our follow-up ranks. Again, ByuN is playing SC2 Terran. For now, we're expecting Bio play, but we'll keep an eye on ByuN to see if he does mix things up. ByuN. There it is, second ranks. So ByuN is setting up for an early sim timing. Solo back at home and going for his own late hatchery, actually. Okay, not a standard opener. He did go for the early gas. And we're still mining gas as well. So early gas, early link speed, late expansion, going for a faster third base to make up for that. So it does mix up his openings. Okay, what are you saying this time? So I was like, is it another one? Going peacefully? ByuN's like, come take a look. I think he's in reference to the Overlord. Or maybe even just the Lings. ByuN did go CC first. ByuN 0 scouting. ByuN has 2 Marines. He has 2 Marines to defend. No Reaper. Limited ways to micro against this. And Solar, he will punish. He'll punish the SCVs. Gets 2. Nice, Pigos. 1, 2 SCVs go down. Nice shot for Solar. He will force a lift. Can we get a 3rd ACV? Oh, he will get 3 workers. So once again punishes the greed. I believe that's what the comments were in reference to. Solar's like, what is this? ByuN's like, I'm screwed. No. Yeah, so he even gets a full scout. He gets a full scout of the main base, confirms that 3x stim. Fully where the build of choice. Behind this, working towards Hydras already, plus on carapace as well. Solo is in a very comfortable position, and ByuN CC first was meant to be an economic start. He has lost that economic edge. Ah, no. They're having fun, baby. They're having fun. So from here, Sole should be able to build up his Ling Hydra. ByuN is moving out. It's going to be a weakened 3x stim timing just because of the earlier losses. But we'll see what ByuN can get done, if anything at all. Solo's getting ready. Solo setting up him to defend. ByuN backs off. ByuN, he backs off, he pulls away. And it looks like he's going to be waiting for his starport. So So waiting for his 3-1-1 follow-up. Again, I don't really see this initial stim timing doing much damage anymore. We're missing against the rocks. God damn it. Yo, those are agile rocks. They be bobbing. They be weaving. True. Aye. They be nimble, pappy. Solo breaks in, pulls away. Likewise, is built up into his mass Hydra. Behind this, he's going to cut workers under 3-base saturation, so 58 drones. Now he's pushing. Breaking up this ramp is going to be difficult, though, and yeah, Solo backs off. Solo, he backs off. He starts droning up once again. Recognizing that he cannot break a ByuN, not yet. So far, the armies are posturing. ByuN jumping towards the third. Does maybe with his drop. Boosting into the main. Solo, he's ready for it. He's ready for the drop of the main base. At the same time, he's in position here at the third as well. ByuN finds no damage. And we're taking into lurkers. ByuN has no answer. The lunkers are coming. Oof. Solo overextends. Again, takes advantage of the high ground. Solo does take the fight. Lurkers are coming. The lunkers, pappy. So he's breaking out. He breaks out across the map. Lurkers are gaining ground. Master Marine cannot push into. Oh god, it cannot move into the lurkers. We gotta respect the lunkers. Oh, we gotta respect them. Yeah, Solo, he's overwhelming. Back across the map. There's no tanks here at the third. They're all at the natural. Oh god, then the lurkers overwhelm. They overwhelm the Marines. They're gonna try to sim through. They get 1, they get 2, they get 3. No, never mind. The scan. Okay. Scan runs out. Marines are punished. The lurkers are trying to push in towards the natural. Tanks, they will hold the line, so better defense here at the natural base. Solo overextends. If he had rotated over towards the third base, then he could break that expansion. At the same time, we're getting messy. ByuN drops across the map. And this third should be forfeit. So it was a little bit messy here, but Solo does break that third expansion. Containing ByuN on 2 bases. The lunkers are here. Oh. As from here, Solo can just chill. You can just chill, you can just drone. We're getting a second Evo chamber, +1 melee. Building up some of the upgrades. Solo looking very comfortable. Can even try to go for the gold. We can work towards the gold base. Solo comes in from behind. Jeez, that's a lot of Hydras. Once again, though, he cannot break through that siege line. It's just that the siege line is quite limited in what it can cover. Solo doesn't rotate back around to the third, though. Interesting. Yeah, for now he's distracted. And the game will continue. From here we do continue on. I do feel like Solo could have done more damage for the third once again, but for now he backs off, plays it safe. We're now working towards a Queen's Nest into a Snare. Queens are amassing, and Snare is on the way. And at this point, Solo just needs to just mass expand. Take more bases, max out, and try to catch ByuN as he pushes. It's on Solo to gain map control. And he's trying. ByuN likewise tries to sneak out, going for his own drop. Dropping towards the southern base. And he does make his way in. Again, when you see Solo out of position, Solo's out of position. He does have some reinforcements. They're not going to be enough though. And ByuN, can he get the base? He's going for it. Hatchery gets low. Lings are being thrown away. There's a lurk to defend though, and Solo holds. Solo, he does hold on. He defends back at home. At the same time, ByuN breaks out across the map, getting himself the gold. Nice breakout moment here for ByuN. Very nice. All due to this double drop. ByuN created an opening. Denying bases. ByuN is still in this. Ooh, he will lose 2 full medevacs though. Oh no! And likewise he gets caught out. Yeah, Mass and Snare catches out the army, and with that Solo... Oh no. They're laughing. And Solo's coming. Solo, he's just rushing across the map. Once again, pushing into this line of tanks is going to be very difficult. Very difficult without Dark Swarm. Solo, he's going to try though. Oh god. He's going to try to rush in. Throws away 3 lurkers. The lurkers get thrown away. And don't ape into this. That's what ByuN wants. He wants you to ape, Pappy. And for the first time in a long time, the Defilers are coming. They're coming. We need the Dark Swarm. Meanwhile, the tanks are slowly breaking out. Does Parasite. Ideally, we spawn Broodlings, but I feel like that needs to be researched. Oh. Speaking of, I don't know what that image is for. I think this is the first time I'm seeing this asset, actually, just because Defilers are so rare. Nice EMP. EMP on the Defilers. We do land 2 Dark Swarms. Army's moving in, breaking through 1, 2 tanks. Oh. Snipes do punish. Yeah, they somewhat punish at the same time. Double drop gets across the map as well. 13 drone kills. Nice damage. Solo, he races back home to defend. He's racing back home. Once again, the drop play is doing well for itself. Can we kill the hatchery? We can. And nice snipe out of ByuN. Takes down the base. Oh, gee. We do snipe everything. Yeah, nice snipe here on the SEL cache defilers, on the lurkers as well. Let's be honest, slowly building up his ghost counts. Ideally, you want to build up into tank ghost liberator. That would be the ideal, but ByuN needs a base first. He needs the expansion. I also just realized Solar's drone count is insanely low. What the hell? 54 drones. He's been bleeding out workers he has not been replacing. Like, Solar had a massive lead in this game and should have had map control. But even here, struggling to deal with a handful of lings. Sorry, a handful of marines. Losing 2 expansions, losing 2 mineral lines. It's slipping away out of Solar's hands. It's slipping through his fingers, Pappy. Now, there is still a little potential with the defilers, but yeah, Solar, he has lost his lead. Still no drones, by the way. Still 55. Oh no. Solar saying this is a joke. Yeah, Solar, he's upset. Like, this is a joke. All you have to do is defend, and I can't kill you. I mean, that's on Solar, right? Solar, it took him a long time to get into Dark Swarm. We did emphasize earlier that there was a window where Solar could have hit the third base before, when the tanks were in the natural. He didn't, so Solar had a lot of missed opportunities. But he is very upset. I mean, hey, with some well-placed Dark Swarm, Solar can still break through. As now he's moving in. Remember, ByuN still doesn't have his perfect army, no massive snipes. Oh my, the EMPs! Ah, never mind. No Dark Swarm. He can't consume. True. Just eat everything. Oh. Has spawn broodlings now being researched. Does land the plague on the ghost. Yeah, plague does land. That was huge. It's like the Zerg EMP. As you can see how low the ghosts are. Oh my god. Very low. Solar has a chance. He can do this. Oh my god. The ghosts are getting one shots. Can we land another plague? Or I think that was the research earlier. That was a plague upgrade. He's learning the strength of the defiler. Oh god. There it is. Yeah, massive plague on the ghost. ByuN is getting punished for clumping. You cannot clump like this, not against defiler. Jesus. Insane damage. ByuN just has to wait it out. It's not worth wasting energy, so he just has to wait out the plague. As he does try to heal through it. Solar rotating over through the choke point. Uh-oh. Does get one tank. That's two. 2 tanks go down. But I like how Solar, he was upset for a time, then he realized, you can see the realization sink in regards to the defiler. He's like, hold on. Hold on, Pappy. I think Solar said, give me tunneling claws. I think that's what he's saying. Oh, mass EMP. Jesus. Mass EMP on the defilers. This time there's no plague. Yeah, there's no plague. As we're pushing into the siege line, we'll get 1, 2 tanks. Can we get on top of the ghost? Ah, mass cloak. Yeah, mass cloak. 0 detection. Overlord's now coming in. That was a messy fight out of Solar. He's trying to get on top of the ghost. Lurkers they borrow. The lunkers. Yeah, lurkers they borrow. There's still not enough energy on the defiler. And not enough energy. Still needs to consume. There it is. He does consume. He's topped up. Rushing forward, lands one plague. And you can see once again Solar plummeted supply, just spending everything here, trying to push into the siege line. In regards to how to play this out and how to break a siege position, I mean, you just saw it. What did Solar just research? Spawn Broodlings. Spawn Broodlings is ideal for trying to break these siege lines, but he has no queens left, and Spawn Broodlings, he got it after the fact, after he had sustained all these losses. Likewise, of course, you saw Plague, Dark Swarm as well. Like, you're heavily reliant on your spellcasters as Brood War Zerg. But it's one of those things where Sola is very inexperienced with like late game ZVT with this kind of composition, and you can see him slowly figure it out. Like you can see the wheels turn throughout the course of this game. The wheels be turning. But I believe he was asking for tunneling claws in reference to how infestors can like burrow around. Defilers cannot. They cannot. To compensate though, you can consume. Skurse move in. Ooh. Don't quite break through. The Ghost punish. Again, there's not really much support here for the Defilers. We're gonna get out of here. No, the snipes! Yeah, massive snipes go off. The Defilers go down. Some heavy losses there for Solar, down to 2 Defilers. I'll end the Dark Swarm. Oh, snipes don't care about your Dark Swarm. They don't care. As again, Solar, he's just kind of throwing what he can here. Just throwing what, seeing what sticks, just doing what he can, throwing everything away. The spirit has left him. The mental was broken quite some time ago. We saw it. We saw it. Oh. Yeah, 0 detection. GG. GG gets called as we do mass snipe, we do mass cloak, and ByuN will claim the series 3-2, taking down Solar and claiming 3rd place. GG. GG, well played against Solar. We saw him slowly figure out and slowly embrace and try to solve the puzzle that is late game ZVT. And again, resource spawn Broodlings after the fact when he had no queens left. He did get into eventually Plague with his Defilers, but again, that was also after the fact as well. So he was kind of stuck with a subpar army for a little bit too long there, waiting to tech up, waiting to mass expand. We also saw moments where he had opportunities to punish the 3rd base of ByuN, where he wasn't quite able to capitalize on that and to slow ByuN down. ByuN wasn't though. ByuN, he was just able to turtle up on 2 bases, slowly get a 3rd, slowly get a 4th base, and snowball out of control with his Mass Ghost. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to ByuN. He will claim the series. Shout to Solar for, of course, making it this far in the event and making a series out of it. It was looking scary. He almost got 3-0'd, but he forced the ace match. And was able to hold his own. And also had plenty of banter as well. True. We saw all the banter. As this leads us into the grand finals. Here again. So Solar's going to be finishing in 4th place, ByuN in 3rd. What about 1st and 2nd? We have a Classic versus Cure coming up next in a best of 7. Best of 7, not a best of 5. Longer series, longer matchup. We have the grand finals ready for you. Let's go. Game 1, Holy World. Which is commonly vetoed, apparently. Like, this is the first time we're covering it in tonight's broadcast. For the first time. I say tonight, I think in the last 2 days. In the quarterfinals, we also did not see Holy World. I did not see it. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Holy World, we have the Brood War Terran player. Oh, as we slowly load in. Hello? Babby? There we go. In the top right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player with the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. and spawning. In the bottom right hand corner, we have this opponent. We have the red Protoss player. We have the SC2 Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. Best of 7 is upon us. Best of 7 grand finals between Cure and Classic. We'll begin here on Holy World. Holy World is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, top left, and top right as well. 4 possible small locations. And we are going for the cross scout here. Now, this isn't just a 4-player small map. We have some neutral disruption webs in the center as well, and a neutral CC, which I have never seen infested. But it's there. If the opportunity is there to infest the command center. Never have seen that happen before. I've never seen infested CC, period. But maybe one day. Maybe one day. Yeah. As for now, CC first at a Cure. Classic does find Cure almost immediately. Likewise, the bigger feature of this map isn't the 4-player spawn aspect or even the disruption webs. First things first, I guess, if you haven't seen this spell or ability before, think of disruption web kind of like a blinding cloud. So imagine a bunch of blinding clouds, but they're permanent. They're permanently just on the ground in patches on the map, which is a really fun feature, I will say that, and can impact engagements here in the center of the map as well. But more importantly, as we go for 3 racks, is low ground base, low ground main. This is something that is never seen in StarCraft 2. Straight up, it's just not a thing in StarCraft 2. As a result, this low ground main base is very susceptible to aggression. There's high ground surrounding it. Imagine drop play, tank drops, bio drops, aggression here abound. There's also multiple entrances into the main. We have rocks here on the top, rocks behind, and the ramp on the left hand side as well, a narrow choke point. We've seen many a 1 base and 2 base all in take control of this ramp and just kill. So aggression can be favored here. Cure did go CC first, so he's going for a greedy start. Classic on the flip side is just going for a standard opener himself into a Twilight Council. Everything's looking normal so far. We're not really expecting early game aggression, but it is important to bear in mind that this can be more vulnerable to drop play later on in the game, especially with close spawns. Like, we've seen many a 2-base, like, TVP Terran all-in just move out with bio tank and siege up here on the high ground and just contain the Protoss on 1 base. It happens. For now. Getting into stim. We can see Classic throw down additional gateways, getting into a 3-gate setup. That's a lot of gateways. As we can see, Classic just chip away here at the Marines. Does dance with the army. Classic does chip away here at the Marines. So far, getting 1, 2. Yeah, 2 Marines do go down. Again, this is slowing down the push and slowing down the move out. Even if just a little bit, it all does add up. It all adds up. As with Cure's push, he's putting into a battery. I mean, a Classic should be fine. He should be fine here. He's got his, what, 10 Stalkers. Scan reveals this. Army does him in. Blink is done in 5 seconds. Oh, we'll lose 1. Yeah, 1 Stalker goes down. We'll lose a 2nd. 1, 2, 3 Stalker kills Blink. Oh, but never mind. The Blink just in time. And only loses 2. So pretty clean defense here from Classic. Did lose 2 Stalkers, which is less than ideal. But that was 2 Stalkers for how many Marines? 16 Marines, 2 medics for only 2 Stalkers. I'm a little bit surprised that Cure committed as hard as he did. It's very common, especially if the Terran player gets scouted, that they don't push out and they don't commit because it is expected that the Protoss defends. The expectation is there. So Cure here overextends. That's moving in, gets a kill in the bunker. Massive pickup. Without defensive tanks, Classic can just have his way with this army. He can just have his way. 1, 2, 3, I mean 6 SCVs in total. Now 7, 8, 9. The tank sieging should push this back. But we still don't have siege mode. Yeah, just now finishing up. Yeah, we'll siege. And we'll defend. With that Cure, he does hold, he does defend, but it will cost him 14 SCVs. That's almost an entire mineral line. Insane damage. At the same time, scans across the map. We do have the follow-up here. Gateway Explosion, Robo, Forge, +1. Storm is already being researched, might I add. A lot of momentum is in favor of Classic. And due to the terrain, he can blink into the main. We spoke about this earlier, but the low ground base means that this is so accessible here to harass. We were emphasizing drop play, but blink harass also falls under that as well. Yeah, we just blink into the mineral line, free damage. ByuN out of position, does race over. Mining is denied, 4 SCV kills. You can see why this is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool as well. Ah, no. Now where's the recall? Here comes Cure. Cure is going across. We need to recall the hell out of here. Storm is going to be done in time. There's that recall. Will not lose the Stalker. Tanks to siege. There's for Storm. Ooh, there's oh my god, massive Storm of the Marines. Yeah, Storm's insane. We dive in the army and Classic just cleans everything up. The tanks, the Marines, the medics, it all goes down. Curie takes a Storm to the face. Ah. Oh, Classic will overextend. Does get a tank though. And Classic will go for a 4th base. He already has a 3rd. He's already on 3 base economy, 4th base here on the left hand side, going for a quote unquote ninja 4th expansion. Classic miles ahead at this point. Heading workers, bases, army, upgrades as well. +1 is finishing here for Classic. Cure, there's no eBay in sight. There's not really much to Storm. GG gets called and Classic takes game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG well played. Classic will take lead in the series. Again, a really shaky start for Cure. Winding it back. How did this game begin? Cure, he went 3x stim. But he committed. He overcommitted with his first push. He killed 2 Stalkers for 16 Marines. It was heavy losses, and that triggered the counterattack. That triggered Classic to go across the map and bully the natural base, killing 14 SCVs. That was only the beginning as well, because afterwards we saw the blink into the main base, and he forced Cure's hand. He forced his hand. Classic was ready with Storm. GG. GG well played. With that, Classic will take game 1, and we'll see if Cure can recover coming into game 2. Let's go. See if he can recover as we are loading into Ruby Rock. This time, I mean, similar to the last game, aggression's going to be favored here, so we do expect aggression. It's going to be up to Cure, though, to pick if he wants to play SE2 or Brood or Terran. We're expecting SE2 Terran out of Cure. Is what we expect. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid down in the series, but it's the best of 7. Yo, we got plenty of games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brood War Protoss player representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Leading the series 1-0. Let's go. There we go. We're getting to game number 2 here. Once again, welcome to Ruby Rock. This is a 2-player spawn map, so you can only spawn in set corners of the map. Likewise, a bit of a shorter rush distance by ground, a very direct rush distance, might I add. The 3rd and 4th bases are much more open and exposed. We have seen many a player struggle to turtle on this map, so we typically expect mid-game aggression to excel here. We'll see where Cure takes us. He's going to have a little bit more freedom, though, as he can play now SC2 Terran instead, going Rax, Expand, Economic Start. The follow-up, though, he has options. Mind Drop play, Raven play instead, going into early Bio, getting into cutting corners instead, into an early 3rd CC. Cure has options. From the side of Classic, a little bit less so. We have seen commonly Classic embrace one or two builds when it comes to Brutal Protoss. I would assume either a Robo opener into a Reaver drop, or I would assume early Citadel into early Zealot legs. Depending on the map of choice. I mean, especially these smaller maps and more aggressive maps, I do like the idea of rushing into Mass Zealots. But those are the two things that we expect. We have been seeing a rise in popularity of Stargate openers and Stargate play going into Scout. So that might be an option here, but it is always risky going Stargate. I feel like it's a little bit more viable against Zerg, but we'll see. And now throwing down the second gate. Interesting. Back at home, Curie does go for the racks in the factory. Can racks expand into factory setup here? There's no like 2 racks or 3 racks. Meanwhile, it was the first option, Reaver drop. So we're going Robo into Reaver drop. To be expected, we saw this previously in the tournament already when Classic was playing against ByuN. Did go Reaver drop, did excel. And we'll see if Classic can replicate that success. On the flip side, we'll see if Kira goes for a safety Cyclone, and if he's able to catch that first shuttle. Can he catch him out? As there's that bay, here come the Reavers. Now again, Reaver drops, they have a lot of potential here. Think of the Reaver almost like a cross between the Immortal and the Disruptor. Scarabs have to be built up, kind of like a carrier builds interceptors, so the Reaver has to build Scarabs. They do cost resources, of course. Shots, they do target. Bear that in mind. You don't control the Scarab shot like you do with the Disruptor and a Purification Nova. You target a unit and it does chase them down. It locks on. I will say Scarab shots do have a limited range, and they're also limited as well by terrain, right? If there's like an obstacle in the way, then they cannot quite break through. So technically you can kind of micro against or body block against Scarab shots as well. So they have their own kind of unique rule set, as opposed to Purification Novas that kind of shade or move through whatever they want. Not buildings, of course, but units. So there we go. The Reaper does move in and will get a full scout. Does confirm the initial opener. Does get eyes on the Robo, on the bay. Cure knows. Cure is fully aware of what's coming. Here comes the Reaver drop, and Cure is mentally prepared. Oh, he's already got the Viking. Yeah, he's already got the Viking out as well. Getting in position here with the natural. The upgrade on the way here is shuttle speed. I believe it's gravitic drive, but shuttle speed is on the way to help when it comes to the micro. But again, with Marines being in position, with the Viking being in position, Cure should not really take much damage here. Classic's got to be careful. Does with the Marines, he goes in. Yeah, he just ignores it, he just goes in anyway. Scarab shot on the mineral line, gets 1 SCEV, and the shuttle's zoned away. Yeah, the Reaver, it's going to be a one-way trip. Does get 5 SCVs so far. Oh my god, better shot towards the end. 7 SCVs and 3 Marines. The shuttle does zoom away. This was okay damage. It was okay. It is brutal losing the Reaver and losing the Dragoon as well. Observer also gets chased down. It does get chased down. You can see how gas intensive this was, losing over 200 gas. So not a bad defense here by Cure. Meanwhile, Classic did keep the shuttle alive, so we're going for a second Reaver drop. We're going to run it back. We have 4 Marines in position in the main base. Tank is pre-sieged as well. Again, I don't see Classic getting much damage here. Oh. Tank shot goes up. Gets hell out of here. Pulls away. Does pull away. Behind this, going for a Stargate? Hello. So what I was expecting here is to go for like a gateway explosion, maybe into Storm, but no, we're staying on a lower gateway count into Stargate. Getting a Stargate this late in the game, it feels like we're trying to rush into a fleet beacon. Would we really get a Stargate just like a singular scout? Just to help against the Ravens? Like, I don't see that happening. Observer gets sniped. Curie does sneak out with 2 drops. Does sneak out across the map. And remember, Classic, there is no recall. Yeah, there's no defensive recall. There's no defensive warp in either. Classic does have some reinforcements back at home, but this double drop, it can do devastating damage. Again, drop play is much more punishing here in TVP. In SCEvo, he gets in. Yeah, Sims into the base, Sims into the middle line. Pro's going to be going down. At the same time, Classic has to move in. Yeah, we have 4 Dragoons to defend, and they can be focused down. They can just be focused down one after the other. Heavy losses at the same time. Reavers, they get 1 SCV across the map, only 1. 6 Pros went down. Every Dragoon will fall. Ooh, we'll take 1 massive scrap shot to the face. Still gets a Reaver, though. Still trades well. Trades very well. Classic, he turned everything back around to defend. Turns it all back around. Cure breaks out across the map. Classic's in trouble. And what was the Stargate for? I mean, he did make a scout, to be fair. But Cure moves in. He does move in. He does wedge himself in between the 3rd and the natural. Disable on the shuttle. Very nice. Yeah, Reavers, they cannot be dropped. 3rd base is killed. 17 probe kills. Again, critical damage. Dragoons are trying to move in. Do we get another disable? Not quite. Yeah, no energy. But this time we trade so well against the Dragoons. So many Dragoons going to be going down. The efficiency here, Pat. Yeah, just being hyper efficient. Cleans up all the Dragoons. ByuN army does go down, but remember, Cure killed the 3rd. He killed the 3rd expansion. He has killed 17 probes so far. Traded insanely well against the Dragoons, and Cure can just keep rallying. Meanwhile, Classic is all in. At this point, Classic is all in. He does have a couple of Reavers in the mix, but they're being left behind. They're slowly coming. Oh. Azul tanks some Reaver shells to the face. Despite that, the Reaver still does go down. Curie trades well enough. Do we not have a 3rd CC? Okay, we do. Kind of. So the orbital is... Also, the base is now landing. No orbital yet. Scans confirms that there is still no 3rd here for Classic, so Curie, he does have the better economy. He's up in bases. And we have the answer. I mean, it was to go into Stargate. There's the fleet beacon. There is the attempted Skytoss transition, but it is so late off of a 2-base economy. And just a little bit too much greed there from Classic. But more importantly, he just missed a double drop. And just once again to re-emphasize, drop play can be so punishing against Brutal Protoss due to their lack of mobility. Cure, he abused. Punished. So the shuttle's going to be chased down. We'll catch out both Reavers in the end. Carrier production has begun. The game is going to slow down. Then we do favor Cure in this position. He's working on the armory, working on 2-2. Now, there is a chance here for Classic to recover. Again, he's working on carriers, and if given time, carriers will excel, they will overwhelm. But we need the capacity upgrade. We need money. As you can see, try to move in. They do break through the Liberators. And they're going to be able to hold on. Classic does hold. He'd be holding. Capacity upgrade is on the way. You can see we're just banking up the carriers. Trying to. There's just one so far, soon to be 3. Double jump in the main. We'll be able to catch out the Dragoons at least, but a little bit messy. Yeah, it does get a Reaver as well. Okay, a little bit more worth it. Takes out the Reaver, does get a full scout of the carriers. This does prompt Viking production. Viking production has begun. Oh, that's a mine shot. Mine shot goes off. Cure rotating over. And looking for another way in. I'm waiting for more Vikings. We have 4 Vikings so far. Actually switching to medevac production. And again, what's been really keeping Classic alive in this game are the Reavers. And if you notice, but every single time that Cure moves in, he will take some massive scout shots to the face. The ByuN army is just so prone to clumping. So Classic has been defending with the bare minimum. He's been holding on. No, I've been here before. Cure going for the triple drop. Dropping into the main base. Classic might spot this. Oh, not quite. Yeah, not quite. Cure he unloads. I'm sure was hoping for a base. Doesn't really find one. Oh, Kira's being hunted down. Okay. Kira's maxed, but he's about to get caught out. Yeah, losing 3 full medevacs. Marauders H had a trade. Yeah, they pick up a chunk of Dragoons. That's going to be 8 Dragoons going down. But a better catch for Classic. Kira rushing forward. Oh. How many carriers do we have? 5. Soon to be 6. We're still lacking Storm. Still lacking. There we go. Storm has begun. Classic rotating over. Does rotate. Oh. It does try to rotate the Vikings. They punish. Oh my god, there are so many Vikings. He gets one. It takes down 1, takes down 2, takes down 3. We'll take down every single carrier. Jesus. There's still 10 Vikings left over. That's insane. That was 8 Vikings going down for 3 carriers. Getting back up to 16 Vikings. Storm is still not a factor. Once again, we're getting caught out. Better concave here for Cure. Chasing down the final carrier. Yeah, the final carrier goes down. We have a reinforcing carrier coming in. The Reavers, they get caught. And again, just heavy losses here for Classic. Once again, we'll lose every single carrier. Oh, we land the Vikings. We land the Vikings. And with that Cure, he should have enough to break through. Otherwise, he's going to lose, what, 16 Vikings? Uh-oh. He has plenty. Yeah, he still has plenty to work with. Still does give chase. Takes down the Templar. The reinforcing carrier. With that Cure, he has done it. I mean, did it previously. It's just Classic was just hanging on for dear life for so long in this game. GG gets called, and Cure, he does tie things up 1-1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Cure does tie up the series here. Again, it was a very rough start here for Classic. Classic initially was trying to fight for map control and contain Cure, and it all came down to the triple drop. Cure, he snuck past the army, he dropped into the main base, he did crippling damage. Classic was completely out of position, he had to race back home. This was when Classic got the Stargate, but before any kind of sky toss, and that's when Cure was able to get the ball rolling. If you remember, while he was distracting in the main base with his drop, he was able to push towards the third and kill the third expansion, just pulling Classic apart. I assumed the game was just going to end then and there, but no, the game continued. The game did continue on a little bit longer. Classic was able to get up to 4 bases with sky toss, but it was playing from behind the entire game. The entire game was just playing from behind. He had to just fight back against that deficit to recover and had to punch up essentially. There was always potential with his Storm and with his disruptors, sorry, with his Scarab shots, but as we saw, Storm never really factored in. It finished as the game was ending. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're going to be loading into game number 3. Going to be loading into Death Valley. This is one of the more modern Brood War maps. Also one of the more commonly vetoed maps as well. True. It's got its own quirks. Has its own quirks. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Death Valley, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss, the SE2 Protoss now. Representing Virtus Pro, it is Classic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player, the red Terran, representing Team Liquid, it is Cure. Let's go. Let us go. We're settling into game number 3. Game number 3 here of our best of 7 grand finals. Welcome to Death Valley. Death Valley is, as we mentioned, I say modern map. I think it's from like last year, maybe. Like, is it like a 2025 or 2024 map? It's relatively new. Relatively, the grand scheme of things. But it was a part of ASL. It was a part of ASL, I think, last year. It's an interesting map in the map pool. I think, from my understanding, I think even Brood War players didn't like it in the ASL, but does have its own natural base to be taken here on the top side of the map. So the map is cut in half essentially. Think of Golden Wall, except more extreme, where you have the top half and you have the bottom half of the map. Now this top half, you have your natural expansion, you do have a center base on the very top with a high yield gas geyser as well. Otherwise you have a relatively direct pathway to your opponent's natural base with some high ground, with some points of elevation, but a short rush distance. Very, very short rush distance by ground, so aggression is favored here to get across the map and to push into the bases. Meanwhile, you can also mine through these mineral patches and open up the southern half of the map, and this is where the majority of the bases are. The majority of the expansions, you have your third base, your fourth base, your fifth base as well. Most of the bases are down here. We have a Zelnaga tower, very open in the center, very, very open before getting across the map. What is brutal about this map is that the only way to go from either one half to the other half of the map is to go through the main. Is to go back and forth through the main base. In the center, it's all cliff faces. Like, it's all sealed. It's all sealed off with cliff faces. Technically, you can rotate with, like, dropships, medevacs, war prisms, shuttles, dropper lords, I guess, to go back and forth. Also, Colossus can move back and forth here as well. They can, you know, transfer back and forth by walking over the cliff face. But otherwise, trying to rotate back and forth and respond is very awkward. Very, very awkward on Death Valley. If we even get there, just because of the rush distance. Cure is going for 3x. 3x sim. Another factor here are the simulators. If you remember, this is a unique feature to Brood War and to StarCraft Evolution as well. I don't think this was ever really implemented in SE2, unfortunately, in the SE2 maps. If there's an exception, I don't know it. But basically the way this works here is in Brood War, the model of the Vespene gas geyser is larger than the model of the assimilator or the refinery or the extractor. Like, it is larger. So what happens is that if you destroy this is a neutral building that can be destroyed. If you destroy this building, then the gas geyser expands out and fully walls off. You can fully wall this area off, and of course you cannot target a gas geyser either. So it's just permanently sealed. Just permanently sealed. So it's like another way to play around with the terrain, of course. As for now, Classic does poke in. A way, of course, to open this area up again is to rebuild a gas geyser, like the assimilator or the extractor on the gas geyser. In StarCraft Evolution, it's not quite the same. You can destroy the assimilator and then rocks appear underneath, I believe. But similar idea. Because of that, there's a world where, imagine if Classic's main army was here at the natural, and then bam, Kira goes for a Doom Drop. He goes for a Doom Drop into the main base, and he targets down the assimilators. He can fully seal off this ramp by doing so, by killing these assimilators, and now positioning the Protoss. Of course, against SC2 Protoss, Classic can always recall, right? He can always recall into the main base to defend. But of course, not all races can do that. But we have seen that in, I think it was Troy, right? I think Troy also had assimilators at the entrance to the main. So we did see some moments, we did see some games where we'd see like heavy Doom Drop play, just rush into the main base, kill the assimilators, and just end the game. Did happen a couple of times. Meanwhile, the 3-Rax has built up. Behind this, we're going for a third CC, and Kira's being very tame. He's being very tame with this. He will shut down the proxy. Fighting for the high grounds. Shouldn't give chase. And behind this, we do see Classic still on 2 bases, but he will soon expand. There we go. Third base is being taken. We're going into Blink, into Charge, into a Gateway heavy composition. We're just building up into the mid game. Nothing crazy. Now we can see Classic poking away here at the front door. The tanks are not quite in position yet. Siege mode is now done, and Kira should defend. There we go. Massive tank shot. Catching out a Stalker. 2 Stalkers even. And we have our transition. So initially 3-Rax into Double Factory into, I believe this is the setup for Mech, I believe. Before we get ahead of ourselves, so, Classic does rotate to the south side, denies a third. Kira's out of position. Base is quite low. It takes a lot of hits, a lot of damage. Classic, he has to respect the high grounds. He's out a couple of Stalkers towards the end, but at least does contain. Prism has arrived. Extra gateways are being thrown down, so again, very gateway heavy. There's no Bay, there's no Colossus. Does have some High Templar, but I believe there is no Storm. Yeah, there is no Storm. Just now being researched. And Classic's army is quite mobile. He can kind of pick and choose where he wants to push. Rotate to the top side. Here comes a Prism. Here comes Classic. I believe there are 4 High Templar. They're all inside the Prism. Storm is still only halfway done, so ideally Classic waits for Storm. Yeah, it's being chronoed. Oh, we're going for a Storm drop. Okay. I assumed he was going to reinforce his army, but no. He'll be dropping. Storm is done in 10 seconds. Zelta warping in. Storm is back in. Storm is done. Yeah, Storm is now done. Zelta charged on top of the tanks. Storm of the Marines. Yeah, lands a Storm. Likewise goes for the SCVs as well. 1, 2 Storms. Late reaction. Oh my god, late reaction. 5 SCVs go down. We have 1 more Storm. What a mess. Not quite. Yeah, not quite. So 6 SCV kills and some Marines. Not a bad trade here for Classic, throwing away mainly Zealots. Did lose 1 Templar. That's why there was only 3 Storms, not 4, as 1 Templar did go down. Classic is still expanding. Double expanding even. Getting a 4th. Now getting a 5th. Taking more bases. Oh, we're turtling up. Okay. I mentioned earlier that it looked like Cure was going for a mech transition with his double factory. Well, now there's more than 2 factories. We're getting up to 5, soon to be 6. 6 factories here for Cure. Into Karen boosters. Into Tank, Vulture, Spider-Man, Goliath. Oh boy, okay. Curious trying to turtle up. We'll see if he can though. We'll see if Classic can break him. There's a line of tanks though. That's a lot of tanks here at the top base. Can we break through? You got the storms. Yeah, storms on the tanks, on the marines as well. Zels, can they get on top of the tanks? They're trying. Yeah, the storms, they blink forward. Ooh, we do miss a storm, but does break through. Wow, the Zels, they get on top of the tanks. 1, 2, that's 6 tanks going down. Takes out all 6 tanks. Massive fight here for Classic. Forces with the ramp. Seals him in. Seals him in. Takes down the final tank. GG gets called. And before Cure can turtle up, Classic will break him. GG. Oh, thank God. I don't know if I could handle another 40-minute game. GG, well played. Classic, he will take a lead in the series. Again, Cure, he was trying to turtle up, but he was struggling to keep up with the aggression. We saw the Blink Stalkers harassing, poking, prodding. We saw the Storm Drop, of course, was left-hand side, results as well. I wasn't certain whether or not Classic could actually break that siege position, but as we saw, there were no Spider-Man setups. There was very little to support the tanks. There were a lot of tanks, don't get me wrong, but did close that distance, did dive on top of them, did break through. GG. GG, well played. With that, Classic, he will take a lead in the series, but remember, it's the best of 7. We got plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. Classic takes a lead, and we'll see if Cure can recover as we load into that next game. Once again, it is going to be Cure's race pick. We're leading towards and we're expecting SC2 Terran, but we'll see if that is the case. What map? Loading into Sylphid. We're loading into Sylphid, and we have confirmation Cure is going to be picking SC2 Terran here. And we'll see how active, how aggressive he plans on being. Here we go. As spawning in the top right corner, top side of Sylphid, we have the Red Protoss. We have the Red Protoss player himself, the Brood War Protoss, leading the series 2-1 in this best of 7 grand finals. For Virtus Pro, it is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Oh. Going for the proxy. He might be down in the series, but no, he is not going to go down without swinging here. He is going to go for the proxy. Not just 1, 2. 2 SVs out on the map. I'm leaning towards proxy Marauder. We'll keep an eye on the gases. Gases are being taken. Could just be Reaper. Could just be proxy Reaper. We'll see if we go for the Marauder variation or not. As we have our 2 axes. Bearing in mind this is a 3-player spawn map, so Cure is not aware of a Classic spawn location, not yet. As again, Cure, he has his gases, he has left room. Show us the Tech Labs. Or just a straight up Reaper. And again, so far, unscouted. Here we go. We can see the SV Scout bottom side. It is going to be proxy Marauder. Tech Labs are on the way. Cure, he will find that Classic is nowhere to be found. At the same time, Classic, no Probe Scout. He's being greedy. He's being greedy here. Gate expand into Cybercore. No Probe Scout whatsoever. Classic sees nothing. He sees nothing. He knows nothing. It is not uncommon for Terran players just go CC first on Sylphid. It's very, very common to just go CC first. So Classic is taking that for granted. Meanwhile, the Marauders are amassing, and Classic, he's going to be caught with his pants down. The pants are down, baby. The pants are down. Marauders are building up. Marauders, they are building up. So far, getting up to 3, soon to be 4 Marauders. Currently, Classic, he's going to have 1 Dragoon, soon to be 2 Dragoons to defend, which is ideal for the Marauders. We're moving in. Concussor Shell is done. A Dragoon is out of position. And here comes Cure. Yeah, the army is revealed. Classic knows. Throws down the bunker. Throws down the bunker. These batteries should not finish. Oh, we're just going for the pylon. The boys are being pulled. Yeah, it does pull the boys. Dragoon does race back home to defend. We'll take 1 volley to the face. Dragoon, oh no, he's getting caught out. Yeah, he's getting caught out. Massive pig of 1 Dragoon goes down. He gets 1. Does get 1 Dragoon. There's 2 Dragoons left. The bunker is going to be denied. And denies the bunker. Do we cancel? What's the pylon? Takes down the pylon. Bunker is cancelled. There are so many Marauders here, building up to 6 Marauders. Yeah, kiting well. So many probes going to be going down at the same time. Here come the boys. The boys are coming. 1 base all in. Oh, bleeds out 2 Marauders down to 4. Yeah, 4 Marauders left. It's good. Takes out 1 more Dragoon. Down to 2. Down to 2 Marauders. The boys are here, but there's only 2 now, up to 3 Marauders left. Trying to break through. There's going to be 1 Dragoon to defend. And can we get on top of the pylon? Can we shut down these batteries? He's trying. Yeah, he's going for the pylon. The pylon is going to fall. Ice Control pulls back the weakened Marauders. Pulls them back. Oh, they do get quite low. And Cure's done it. At this point, Cure, he has done it. Some of the Marauders are low, though, and they're going to be focused down. Gets 1. Gets 1. Early 1 so far. Gets 2. Takes down 2 Marauders. Does not matter. GG gets called. GG gets called. The final Dragoon falls, and Cure, he ties up the series 2-2. GG. Hey, yeah, Curie does tie things up 2-2 here again. Going for the Gamba, going for the cheese. Proxy 2x Marauder in the center of the map. Classic, 0 scouting, 0 probe scouts. So he just didn't know what was going on, didn't know what was happening until it was too late. It was already in his face. Did pull the boys in desperation to save his natural base to get his batteries up and running, but they never came into play. The pylons are being focused on time and time again. And with that, GG. GG well played. Cure does snowball, does tie things up. We have a series. We have that back and forth. Where are we dropping next? Who will take a lead in this series? So far, it's been very back and forth. Now it is going to be Classic's pick, whether he wants to go into Brutal Protoss or not. We're expecting SC2 Protoss, and we are getting it. Oh, and we made reference to this map previously. We're going to be loading into Golden Wall. If you remember, Golden Wall, we spoke about this when we introduced Death Valley, but Golden Wall is a very fun, it was the first of its kind, or the first big one of its kind, where we have 2 entire sections of the map that split off from each other, separated by a massive wall of gold minerals. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Golden Wall, we have the blue Protoss player, we have the South Korean Protoss representing Protoss Pro being forced into a tied series. Can he bring it back? It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Red Terran, the Brood War Terran. For Team Liquid, it is Cure. As he ties up the series 2-2. Again, so far it has been a back and forth, and welcome to Golden Wall. As I mentioned, we do have the spawn locations, horizontal spawns here close by air, long by ground, but we do have the southern half of the map and the northern half. We have it all split in half with these gold mineral patches. We have gold bases here, gold patches in the center, more gold, and more gold. Hence the Golden Wall. True. Hence the name. Again, this map was in the map pool back in around 2020, 2021, like around the COVID era, around the early COVID days of StarCraft, as was when Golden Wall did hit the ladder. It was, again, in my recollection, was kind of like the first of its kind, and it paved the way for maps like Crimson Court, maps like El Dorado as well in more modern times. Alkione, of course, as well. Basically, after this, other maps did feature the aesthetic or the feature of having these walls that seal off one part of the map from the other. did kind of begin that trend. But now, looks like a 3x opener. 3x Tim at a cure. Due to the gold expansions, you can be very aggressive and expand towards your opponent and claim the gold base. You can be safer instead and go for these southern expansions, which are typically considered very safe to take. Much closer here to the main base. Easier to defend. We'll see. See how we open up. Yes, now we are going to be opening up. It is going to be our... So I assume 3x, my apologies. It's going to be 2x. 2x opener into an earlier factory. Interesting. I'm curious if this is for an early tank push or if the plan here is 2x Marine into a mech transition. You have my attention. Technically, it'd be weird if it was 2x Marine into factory into double starport. Into Mass Wraith. I feel like it'd be very delayed due to the 2 factory. Machine shop is on the way. Double factory. Okay, so 2x Marine into mech. So it is going to be a mech transit. Basically, it's a fake out. Classic with the Probe Scout earlier, he saw the extra Raxes. So in Classic's mind, it's going to be a stim timing. Little does he know that it's going to be instead the beginning of a mech army. Back at home, Blink is on the way. We're throwing down extra gateways, 3 gates set up, and a robo. Very safe play here from Classic. Oh, I'm gonna have to eat my words. This is not safe. This is aggressive. 4 gates. It's been months. It's been a while since I've seen 4-gate Blink in TVP. I'll be honest. It's something that is not seen in the latest iteration of the game, the latest patch, if you recall. But okay, 4-gate Blink. Hyper aggression here by Classic. With this, we're expecting Classic not to just defend, but to counterattack, to move out across the map and to try to chip away at Cure. Cure is going to be vulnerable because these factories are late, because of the first and, more importantly, second racks. The transition here into tanks and the vultures is going to be a little bit slower, and there is going to be a window where Classic can punish Cure. Can punish. It's going to be a window of vulnerability. Classic, he is now moving out. Here we go. Does blink. Does blink over the wall. Bearing in mind that you can blink through this mineral patch, it's directly into the main. There's 3 factories. We have 2 tanks sieged up at the natural with a bunker, but the main base is more exposed. There are some vultures, there are some spider mines that will help. If the stalkers blink into the main base, they will be met by mines. They'll get punished, and we do set up the tank. Cure, he is set up. Scans the main, sees 2 gateways. Can the spider mines punish this? Has it been in? Ooh, they don't connect. They do not connect. The tank is exposed. Oh my god, what does though? Yeah, massive connection. The stalkers, they get low. Yeah, the stalkers are going to be forced out of the main base, and Cure holds. Yeah, Cure does hold on. Again, there were 3 mines. One of them did smash into the army. Massive tank shots as well. You can see how low the stalkers are. And this aggression has failed, and Classic is in a rough position. You remember, Classic delayed his third. This third base is late for Classic because of the 4 gates. Classic needs more damage. This is not good enough. This is not good enough. Does get 1, now going for another X. Dropping into the mineral line. Trying to at least. Vultures, they respond. Yeah, they react, they respond, they're able to defend. Alright, Classic, he does pick off 1, 2 vultures. 3, 4. So 4 vultures go down. Somewhat of a trade. I mean, it's a nice pickup here from Classic, but ideally he needs more than this. He needs more than this. If he can contain Cure, delay the third, maybe. But he did not see this. He's not aware. Let's get eyes on all the stalkers. Classic's gotta be careful. Takes away. Observer gets caught. Observer's caught out. Nice target firing here, getting a tank. Does get a tank, but throughout all of this, Classic doesn't realize there's a third. There's a third base. Now landing. Cure's looking good. Looking solid. Now building up to what? 5, soon to be, oh god. Soon to be 8 factories. It's a lot of factories. Sorry, 7 I should say. Classic trying to play catch up. Trying to catch up himself. Security does thread the mineral line. It gets in, does get in. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. 6 probes going down. Not bad. Nice run by. Nice damage. Bearing in mind that Classic's economy is already delayed to begin with, so now even more so. The run by as they continue. Setting up with the spider mines. Okay, setting up the minefield first. Classic, he once again wants to try to break through before the mech army gets into critical mass. How many tanks do we have? 8. 8 tanks. Spider mines will help here on the south side. Ooh. Yeah, tank shots going up for the stalkers. Do we have enough zealots though? We do. Yeah, once again the tanks are exposed. Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5 tanks gonna be going down. Just like last time, Curie just does not have enough. Yeah, no enough support. At the same time, the vultures are across the map actually. Okay. Yeah, they're across the map. Oh! Jesus. The spider mines, they will connect. Massive connections here. At the same time though, 14 SCVs going to be going down. We're getting messy. We're getting messy, getting chaotic. In the end, Curie will catch reinforcements, but he will lose the mineral line. Curie will survive though. He will survive, he will hold. If those stalkers go across the map, there's a good chance here that Classic breaks through, just because there are so few tanks. But here, Curie defends. Cleans out the army, goes back into the mineral line. Ooh, runs into zealots. And in the end, we'll lose 17 SCVs. Classic now with a massive worker advantage. We'll take some time for that to translate into an army. Needs more time for warp-ins, for immortals. Classic is building up though, and Cure needs time. And what's scary is that when it comes to each of these engagements here, Cure, his tank count is getting reset. We'll see if he can stabilize. Now, unlike Cure's late game against Zerg, science vessels are not anywhere near as effective here. They have their place, they can EMP, right? Science vessels, they can EMP, but Irradiate only works against biological units, and that's quite limited in its use against Protoss. I believe the Zealot counts. I believe the Zealot counts as biological. Otherwise, just robotic and psionic. So we're getting Classic, he's gaining the goal base, gaining map control, rotating around. Oof, we'll take a mine shot to the face. Now, Cure is reestablishing his third base, but again, you have to fight very hard for that third. And Classic should be freely just mass expanding, and at this point, Classic has to make a decision. Does he double down with a ground army, or do we begin Sky Toss? Because this would be the time to throw down a Fleet Beacon and a Stargate. Warps into the main. Okay, he commits. Warps into the main base. Distracting the vultures. At the same time, clears out the minefield. Can we push into the natural? Does get one of the tanks. Blinks forward. Ooh, blinks into he's going into the siege line. This I'm not so sure about. The Immortals, can they tank? He's pushing up the ramp. Massive tank shot to the Immortals, who will lose one. There's still 4 left, and it looks like barely does break through. Whew. It was a risky move. I thought it was going to push into the natural. Like, the natural was much more accessible, but no, Classic went for the harder route. Push into the third base, cleans everything up. 17, 18 SCEV kills, cripples the economy once again, and once again does not allow Cure to build up his army. Doesn't let him build up. Cure, he has been broken. He has been broken. 24 SCVs. No more tanks. Even kills the CC. Cure couldn't get there. See in the chat, Classic in trouble. Classic would have been in trouble if he wasn't able to take the better fight at the third, if you remember. Like, that fight at the third base was a really pivotal moment when Classic initially reset the tank count and killed 17 SCVs, if you remember. Like, that was a big moment for Classic. It meant that Cure had to focus on rebuilding his army and allowed Classic to just mass expand. So he just keep going. I still think that it was very risky for Classic to push into the third base this second time. I do think the natural would have been a safer route, but I mean, he worked it. He made it work anyway. He made it work. Pulled it off. And now we're going again. Wave 3. Classic is maxed. Classic is maxed out. Zell's taking close that distance. They're getting on top of the tanks once again. Yeah, we get on top of the tanks, forcing friendly fire as well. Oof. Immortals, they tank well enough. A little bit messy towards the end, but cleans up all the tanks. Pushes in. GG gets called. And Classic takes a 3-2 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. He will claim lead in the series here. Again, a very intense game here. Classic able to move in before Cure could really stabilize and hunker down his army. We did mention previously that it was very important that Classic was able to punish that third base. It was a rough start. The early game was rough for Classic. I'm referring to the 4-gate blink. The 4-gate blink wasn't worth it, but the follow-up of punishing the third base, that was, right? Punishing the third expansion, catching out all those tanks, that did allow Classic to recover in this game. And from there, snowball out of control. Cure needed more time. Needed more time. GG. And with that, we're getting into our next game. Going to be loading into game number 6. And Classic is up 3-2. Now it's going to be Cure's race choice. Again, we're expecting SC2 Terran. And it is going to be SC2 Terran out of Cure. We're going to be loading into Vermeer. We'll load in. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Vermeer. Vermeer, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran, the SC2 Terran, representing Team Liquid down in the series. Can he bounce back and force the ace match? The pressure's on. Here and now, it is Cure. Here and now, baby. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Brood War Protoss representing Virtus Pro, leading the series 3-2 and 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Classic. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Again, we are going to be opening up, we are going to be settling in, and welcome to Vermeer. Vermeer is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, top left, and top right as well. So 4 possible spawn locations. I will say compared to some of the other 4-player spawn maps, here you can set up on 3 and 4 bases, 3 bases at least relatively easily. We have seen actually quite a bit of late game on Vermeer before. depending on spawn locations. Once again though, close spawns. Top right, bottom right. Close spawn locations here between Classic and Cure. Especially with Cure playing SC2 Terran, we're expecting aggression. Right, we're expecting aggression. Last time he played SC2 Terran, he went for a Proxy 2-Rex. He went Proxy 2-Rex Marauder. Here, no Proxy in sight, but the mid game is what my eyes are on in regards to Cure. Meanwhile, the last time we saw some mid-game at a Classic in this matchup was Classic going into Reaver drops. Remember, he opened a Reaver drop. He got shut down. It was definitely a rough game there for Classic. As he went for a Reaver drop opener, we saw that Cure was able to get across the map with his double drop. Basically, Cure, he pulled Classic apart with drop play. The drop play was just crippling damage, and Classic was just out of position one too many times. Cure going for the bunker, trying to be cheeky, will get scattered. Will get scouted. And so far, getting one, getting two probes. Two probes going down. Likewise, bunker does actually finish it behind the mineral line. Yeah, it does finish up. Will delay some mining. A strong start for Cure. Yeah, strong start for Cure here. Delays mining in the main base. Oh, zoning by Classic. I'll send him away. As this is a 2-gate opening here by Classic, and he will eventually break out, but again, this is just slowing down the economy heavily here for Classic. Reaver does rush past into the main. We'll get a full scout. Shouldn't get a probe kill. Yeah, shouldn't get one. And won't. As probes they pull away. Back at home, Classic. Sorry, Cure getting to a zone of 1-1-1 follow-up. Oh, are we opening up Banshee? We are. Okay. We're committing to collect Banshee for the first time this series. We're mixing in Banshee play. After defending, Classic was forced to make all these Dragoons, so he's going for the counterattack. Back at home, there is a bunker to defend. Because of the Banshee play, we're going to have a late tank. Tank is going to be late, which means that this bunker is going to be much more vulnerable than it should be. Typically, there'd be a tank popping up by now to siege up on the high ground. So this will force out SCVs. This is going to slow down Cure. And it puts more pressure on the Banshees to get damage done. More pressure. That is a lot of Dragoons. Classic moves in. He will break through the bunker. Tank now finally has arrived. And we'll eventually zone this away, but the Dragoons can actually get into the mineral line. Okay, they get in. And getting more SCV kills. It's going to be a little bit messy here as all these Dragoons will be cleaned up, so this will be less to defend. As you do see Classic focusing on Marines. Yeah, a little bit messy here. The SCVs, they lock them down. Not about defense, and Banshees, they get across the map. They get across the map. Cloak is activated, and we have a 0... Oh, no, sorry, there's detection. Observer's moving in. Observer does move in. That's still going to be 6 probe kills, though. 6 probes going down. Rotates to the natural. Gets one more. 7. We're not done. Oh, God. Yeah, we're still not done. There is a battery to help cover the northern probes. There we go. Dragoons in position, and Classic holds. Now, as the dust settles, where exactly are we? It's been very messy. It's been very, very messy. I think typically I'd say the Classic's in an okay position, but he did lose how many Dragoons earlier? 7. 7 Dragoons went down. Again, that was a lot of gas. A lot of resources lost here for Classic already, due to the earlier Dragoon dive, which was not worth it. Killing only a handful of workers. So Curie has momentum. Save the Banshees. Now moving out. Here comes Cure. Cure, he is pushing. A classic mixing in DTs, okay. I keep forgetting that you can just do this. For those who are curious, in Brood War, you don't need a Dark Shrine. There is no Dark Shrine. You just make the archives. You can just make DTs. This can punish lack of scans if we're not too careful. There is a Raven though. Yeah, there's Raven with the main army. Dragoons, they do try to punish. Ooh, scan reveals Dark Templar. Ah, Cure knows. Yeah, Curie spots the DTs. Pulls away. Pulls back home. And should not lose the tank. Anyways. He will not. Pulls back, sieging up here outside of the natural. Banshee comes back in. This one Banshee already has 9 kills. 10, 11. 11 kill Banshee. It's back. Oh. As finally goes down. Yeah, the Banshee falls where Curie's built up a hefty army in the process. The boys are being pulled. 2 base all in. Just straight up going for the 2 base all in. It's all or nothing for Cure. Storm is a non-factor. Storm had only just finished, sorry, only just began, and there is no chrono boost. There is no chrono. Cure is coming. Yeah, massive stim. Without splash damage, there's no defense. No shot. there is no defense here. We break through the Zealots, getting us off the Robo. High Temple, they're banking up energy in the main, hoping to buy time. Hoping. Coping. Yeah, that's true. He'll break that natural base. From here, he can either push into the main base with threat of Storm or just rotate to the third. The DTs. Oh, uh-oh. There are 2 Dark Templar, one in the main, one in the natural. They will delay some of the reinforcements. And we'll go for the base trade. Yeah, it's the best chance. The best chance that Classic has. He's going for the base trade. He's going across the map. DT goes down. We have not left High Temple on the high ground here for Storms, unfortunately. But Cure has to make a choice. Does he turn around or does he commit into the main? So here comes Classic. Cure knows. Now he knows. Diving into the main. Again, no defensive Storms. Classic supply blocks. Storms are across the map instead. Yeah, they're across the map. Curie's buying time. He's got his walls, got his Widow Mines as well. He has the high ground advantage. Remember, there's a mischance. Same time, Curie's pushing in. And Cure can't be stopped. He cannot be stopped. Classic, he's the one that turns around instead. Oof. He turns back around. There are 4 High Templar. There's a world where if Classic can land these Storms, then maybe. Storms are coming in. The mine shots. Yeah, massive mine shots. Storm in the Bayou. Storms do connect. Oh my, we send the Storms. The Storms are good, but not good enough. They're not good enough. Yeah, Ravens with the main army. GG gets called, and Cure, he will tie up the series 3-3. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. GG, well played. We are getting into the ace match. We're getting into game number 7 here. Again, a very intense back and forth. We saw that Cure was able to get a lot of damage done early on with the Banshees. If you recall, we did emphasize that Classic did overextend at the beginning, going for the Dragoon run by into the natural. He lost so many Dragoons pushing into the natural base, and it just was not worth it. It gave Cure a lot of freedom, a lot of breathing room for the Banshees to harass, and for, of course, the follow-up 2 base all in. Again, Classic needed time. He needed a little bit more time for Storm to finish. If he had Storm in time, then maybe he holds, but Storm finished after he had already lost his natural. It was too late. It was too late. GG. GG. And with that, we're now getting into... Oh. We're now getting into game number 7. The final game of the series, the ace match. Oh boy. Going to be loading into Mothership. Here we go. Mothership, a 3-player spawn map, the final map of the series of the tournaments of the broadcast. Let's go. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom side of Mothership, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss. We have the SC2 Protoss, the red Protoss. For Redis Pro, it is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran, the blue Terran. Representing Team Liquid, it is Cure. I saw that. Classic. I don't think I didn't see that. He rallied into the middle. Okay. So I saw him rally to the center, so I thought he was going to set up a proxy, but no, he rallied to the center, then off to the side. Yeah, then off to the side. He will find Cure immediately. You'll find him. No proxies though, no shenanigans. Wolf Scouts. Welcome to Mothership. Mothership is a 3-player spawn map. It was in the map pool recently, right? It was like last season, maybe 2 seasons ago, relatively recently. So I'm sure you would have seen some regular SC2 games on Mothership. It's a very large map, a very, very large map, relatively open, spread out as well. I would say that turtling up and defending on 4 and 5 bases is viable. You can do so here, but yeah, so the idea of maybe Cure going into mech might be a possibility on Mothership, actually. Might be a possibility. We have seen him attempt mech like, what, 2 times already this series? 2 or 3 times? Has yet to succeed, I will say. But now 2-Rax opener. Remember, 2 games ago, Cure did open 2-Rax into a 3-factory follow-up afterwards. So he has gone for this opener into mech before. This doesn't have to be ByuN yet. It's a ByuN opener, but merely just an opener. I'm sure that's also in the back of Classic's mind, based on how this series has unfolded. This is where throughout the course of the series, like, one game influences and impacts the other. The panic set in when I didn't realize what button I pressed. It's been a little bit fatiguing, you know? Fatiguing. So now Twilight Council opener at a Classic. Opening up Blink, most likely. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? I see 2-Rax as an opener into not just one. We're expecting additional factories. The other possibility here is it could be 2-Rax into factory into double starports, I guess. But for now, I think we said, I'm getting deja vu. I think I said the same thing previously. I think we're still expecting a second factory. Instead of Wraith. So we go 2-port Wraith. Or second factory. There's a machine shop. Yeah, machine shop is on the way. No. Proxy starport. Okay, this is different. Not second factory into mech. We're going proxy starport into proxy BC. It feels weird to go proxy Wraith, right? Because would you really work this hard just to hide a Wraith? Would you? It's got to be BC. Oh, it'll take too long. Leaning towards Wraith for now. It's weird, but sure. Hallucination goes in. I mean, won't scout anything, right? Well, we'll see the initial factory and the machine shop, the research. Yeah, there's a control tower. Are we going to be massing rates and hiding them? With a second starport? The rates are coming. Or just singular? Okay. Now the rates are on the way. Let him cook, Pappy. Let him cook. Now, when it comes to the ramifications of this, obviously there's a little bit. I think you need 3 wraiths to one-shot a probe. I think it's 3. So we want to be building up to at least around that number. Classic, of course, he's scouting towards left-hand side. Building up with 3 bases. Early on, he went into initially. Now building up into 4-gate blink. Robo is now on the way. Classic is hoping to gain map control and looking for a way into the bases. With the initial tank setup here, we're pretty secure. We have a tank on the low ground, tank on the high ground as well. It is mech. Okay. So we assumed at the beginning it was going to be mech. We're getting there, but this scout should be suspicious. Classic, he just confirmed the mech transition, but he should also know that these factories are late, right? Like, they are. These factories are late. Something is wrong. He's scouting for ninja bases. It's a good idea. He barely misses the proxy, but he knows that something's wrong. Like, he's seen enough. You can see Classic scouring the map, claiming a 4th base, being greedy. The greed. Here go the Banshees. I think 2 Banshees, they 2-shot probes, right? Yeah, they 2-shot. So 1, 2 probes going to be going down. Decent damage so far. Observers on the way. Cloak is available there. Yeah, Cloak is done, and we're going to get up to 4, up to 5 probes. Like, this is okay damage. It's okay. Now speedy boys. They be speedy. 6 probes. Like, this is nice damage. Bearing in mind, though, Classic got a fast 3rd and now getting a fast 4th base. This will make up for that. So, I would say the Cure needs more. He needs more damage, and he's getting it. 8 probes. 8. 9. 9 probes going down. This is better. Especially considering that the race have not been dealt with. You have iron thrusters on the way. Now, as long as Cure is contained, this is still okay for Classic because he can still just make more probes and just secure a stronger economy. Cure now attempts to expand, and he should be able to. He's got the ground army for it. Cure breaks out, takes down the Stalker. And Cure expands. Cure does claim his 3rd. The wraiths are being so annoying. They're all spread out. Have we lost a wraith yet? Lost one. Okay, good. Cure did lose one of his wraiths. As the main army does push across the map. This is risky here, but Classic is not ready for this. Classic is completely distracted here by the wraiths. Tanks are going to be able to just walk up to the natural. They siege. Yeah, they siege within range of the production. Robo's under fire. The gateway, the Robo. Again, Classical completely unawares. He's now moving in. The Mindzo. Jesus. Yeah, Mindzo go off. No more Zealots, but we're getting on top of some of the tanks. Gets 1. Gets 2. He blinks in, and he cleans up. Yeah, Classic will clean up every single tank here. Cure, this was a cool move, but he overextends. He overextends. He will lose everything. Oof. Cure, he built up to that one big push. Lost his tanks, lost his army. It takes some time to rebuild those tanks. Cure's in trouble. I don't blame him for moving in, but he just didn't have enough support. He needed better mine shots or just more buffer for the tanks. Oh. You know, cleans up all these remaining mines. Classic can now freely embrace the 4-base economy. And Cure's in trouble. He's in trouble here. His defenses back at home are weaker. And he has no real presence on the map either. As a result, Classic can just freely get a 5th. 5th base on the way. Oof. Catching up the vultures. Tempted run by on the right hand side, running into more reinforcing immortals. Classic clears out the minefield. Jesus. Just clean up the mines, pushing forward. Again, at this point, we set up a very nice line of tanks here for Cure, and he's secure on 3 bases, but only on 3, right? The reality here is that Classic should be able to mass expand, just mass expand. He's going further. He's going to rush in. I don't think we need to. Ooh, the prism goes down. Massive pickup. Zealots, they close in on at least the first line of tanks. But Classic, we don't have to push into this. It was an efficient fight, though. Classic, he only lost Zealots. You can see here, he traded out 21 Zealots for 5 tanks for 3 vultures. As long as Classic is only trading Zealots, it's worth it. As he has to retain the Immortals, retain the Archons, retain the Stalkers. More Zealots are coming. We're moving in. Meanwhile, big shout to Penny Danza, baby god. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 29 months, baby. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Gracias. We appreciate it. As we can see, Classic clearing up the minefield. Jumping on the tanks. Baiting shots. The choke point is still brutal, but Zealots will break in. Yeah, they break through. They get on top of the remaining tanks here. That's going to be the final tank going down to the 3rd, going for a massive warp in as well. Goliath is zoned away. Cannot deny the warp in. And Classic has done it. Classic has broken Cure. Once again, I was concerned that we were overextending. We didn't need to do this, but no, Classic, he saw an opening. He went for it. GG gets called, and Classic, he will be the StarCraft Evolution League Season 3 Ladder Invitational Champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to you too. Classic, he will claim the win. Again, Cure, multiple times whenever he was playing Brood or Terran, he attempted to play mech time and time again. Every single time Classic did punish him, was able to break through with a much more efficient, a cheaper army, specifically with Zealots, with very, of course, very heavy Immortal as well. Able to find these angles of attack, punish Cure. This game specifically, I would say it was a little bit more on Cure. I really like the Wraith Opener. The Wraith Opener was worth it. He killed a bunch of workers. He did a lot of damage. He built up his tank counts, but it was Cure that pushed first. It was Cure. He was the first player to move out, and he was punished for it. He lost everything. He lost his wave of tanks and vultures pushing across the map. Initially, it looked like a good idea, right? He was able to distract his opponent, siege up at the natural base to get within range of the production, but we saw that despite that, he was still collapsed upon. Zealots still broke on through, and it was still a better engagement for Classic. From that moment forward, Cure was stuck at home. Cure, he lost momentum, he lost his lead, he was just stuck at home, and there was a chance for him to like turtle up on 3 bases and slowly get a 4th, but never got to that point. Never had the chance. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Classic. He will be our champion. Again, Classic, he's the best Protoss player in StarCraft Evolution and will claim the throne here as the best player in StarCraft Evolution. Cure, of course, is the top Terran player in SCEvo as well. So a fitting finals for the two of them to face off here in the Ladder Invitational. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Classic. Shout to Cure for coming in 2nd place, and shout to Solar and ByuN for 4th and 3rd place respectively. Sorry, for 3rd and 4th place respectively as well. For ByuN and Solar, GG. GG, well played. Solar came in 4th, ByuN in 3rd, Cure in 2nd, Classic in 1st. So we had our top 4. When it comes to future events like this, it's a little bit ambiguous. I believe there is still like an SEL Code S on the horizon. I believe post BlizzCon is the plan, like post BlizzCon, like October-ish. It's definitely going to be interesting when the patch hits, right? Like from our understanding, there is a patch on the horizon for SC2, and there is a chance that the worker is going to be changed again. If the worker count is reverted, then that will also be impacting StarCraft Evolution, I would imagine, because they'll also be wanting to adapt that to SCEvo as well. They did decide to refuse to change the SC2 side of things when it comes to the current live version of SC2. In regards to the worker changes, the CC changes, the gateway changes, all of that. But again, it'll depend on what's done post BlizzCon and what the upcoming patch will be looking like. Our speculation was that NetEase has been working on it, but that's merely only speculation. Like it's hard to necessarily know for certain before it really comes out, and before we get news from like the Chinese scene or from SCBoy. So hard to say exactly in regards to that. But yeah, regardless, looking forward to it here, and this will kind of begin the off season for StarCraft Evolution, until at least again post BlizzCon. BlizzCon is going to be September 13th. Bear that in mind. And when it comes to the rest of our schedule, we are going to be filling up these slots instead of covering StarCraft Evolution with some patches mod, casting instead, as there's been a lot of content surrounding the patches mod. It has been a year since we've casted the mod, so I'm sure a bunch has changed, a lot has been iterated upon. So we'll see how it feels dipping back into it. We'll see. Regardless, congratulations to Classic, and we're going to be wrapping up here for the time being. Heading on over to our weekly schedule. Let's have a look. So we just wrapped up with our Friday morning cast. This evening we don't have a broadcast scheduled, but I am going to be dipping into Zero Space. I have not played and I've barely watched any Zero Space. I'm coming in quite fresh. Just haven't had the time to do so, so gonna be dipping into Zero Space and playing that. I still don't know if I'll play it on this channel or my personal channel. I'm still on the fence. I don't think I have any graphics ready for the main channel, so sorry for the CranKy Ducklings. So I think I'll probably just do it on I'll probably just play through the campaign on my personal channel instead. If you're interested, !light in the chat. I do stream very irregularly on my personal Twitch channel. We try to keep the CranKy Ducklings just for like casting tournaments and podcasts and like main team content. Every now and then we go live on our personal channels, whether it's myself, Kuro, Yaku, to ladder and to play other games and to do other things. So I'll probably be playing Zero Space later on tonight. On Saturday we have SEL Open, and on Sunday we have Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. So again, plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft, of course, on a daily basis here. We do have our Open Cups over the weekend, our amateur events over the weekend as well. When it comes to StarCraft Evolution, as we mentioned, there is going to be a bit of an off-season for SCEvo, now that we're wrapping up the Ladder Invitational and Crank Gathers as well. As I mentioned, most likely post-BlizzCon will be like the potential return of the next season of SCEvo. So look forward to it. Do look forward to it. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up. Going to be wrapping up here for the morning. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna go freshen up and get ready for some streaming later on tonight. Maybe get a nap. I'm very tired. It's a long cast, papi. Almost 5 hours. But thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it, and we'll see you guys either tomorrow for some Duckling Open, Sunday for Sparkling Tuna Cup, or next time. Before I forget, if you want to tune into more VODs, if you maybe see something that you like here, like some more StarCraft Evolution, or some open tournaments, some GSL, some RSL, some Home Story Cup, then check us out over on YouTube. YouTube is the place to be. Our YouTube channel, we do upload on a daily basis. There was an announcement that was revealed yesterday, which is the return of GSTL. GSTL, the Global StarCraft 2 Team League, is going to be returning starting next week. We are going to be the main casters for that. We, of course, have been the main casters for GSL CK. We're the main casters for GSTL as well. As always. So that'll be live casted on Soup. Bear that in mind. It'll be live casted on Soup. The rebroadcast of that live cast, the VOD, will be rebroadcasted on YouTube and Twitch at a later date. So to put things into perspective here, you can have a look at the calendar. Hold on. You can have a look at our schedule. So GSTL is going to be on Tuesday, correct? Yes. GSTL is going to be on Tuesday. So if you look at this schedule, it'll be replacing the Tuna Cup logo there on Tuesday. Usually we have the rebroadcast like the morning after, but the problem is that there's an event happening there. Pegasus Cup. The Pegasus Cup is a weekly tournament. We cast it, and even if we didn't cast it, if we chose to rebroadcast GSTL, we don't want to clash with all the other casters covering Pegasus Cup, right? We don't want to clash with that. So because of that, the rebroadcast of GSTL is going to be delayed to Thursday. So on this calendar, you can see Thursday we have SEL, StarCraft Evolution, instead of StarCraft Evolution, GSTL next week. So the live cast will be on Tuesday, the rebroadcast will be Thursday morning. Just as a heads up. So a day after we usually do it. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay or a break there in between the live cast and the rebroadcast. So do apologize for that, but you can always watch it live on Soup. True, you can always watch it live. Otherwise, we are going to be wrapping up here for the time being. Thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys at next time for some more StarCraft. If you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon as well. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. It funds our open tournaments like Tuna Cup, Duckling Open, and Swan Open as well. All funded via the Patreon. So thank you so much all of our patrons for allowing us to run our tournaments on a regular basis. Thank you. Thank you so much. See you next time. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. Till next time.